there's a crew in town. The head hillbillies are making their rounds. Small town whispers loud and clear. The sheriff shot the judge in his chambers chair.
Sheriff got a secret he won't keep. Judge shot dead in his disbelief. A lot of people have some stories to tell. Dark pass away, get the sound of a shotgun shell.
All the secrets spill on down. Voices loud in this old town. From the courthouse to the ground, rumors fly and they can't be bound.
Neighbors hide behind their blinds, whisper tales of troubled minds. Skeletons covering the mountainside, a treacherous reality in the pines.
Winter reveals the hidden lies. Moonlight couldn't mask their cries. Shadows caught in sunlit skies. There's no cover, no disguise. All the secrets spill on down. Voices loud in this old town. From the courthouse to the ground, rumors fly and they can't be bound.
Winter reveals the hidden lie. Moonlight could mask their cries. Shadows caught in sunlit skies. There's no cover, no disguise.
All the secrets spill on down. Voices loud in this old town. From the courthouse to the ground, rumors fly and they can't be bound.
Hi, hello, everybody. Welcome to the show this evening. My name is Elizabeth, and this is Hillbilly Crime. Look who we've got back with us this evening. We've got my mommy, Sweet Tater. How you doing, Mommy? How you feeling?
Oh, well, I still got this old crud in my head.
Crud in your head.
I
You
got crud in my head. I wish it'd go away.
Yeah, Mommy's at this newest strain of COVID is pretty different than what we've been having, isn't it?
Well, I never did have COVID before. This is the first time I've had it, but it has affected the linings and, like in your throat and your mouth and your head.
This is the very first time you've caught COVID?
Yep.
Wow. She was really, really careful during COVID time, but she wasn't neurotic about it at all. So, man, you did really good, Mommy.
Yeah, but I took all the shots, except I failed to get a booster this spring, and I should have. So, that
well,
might have done it.
well,
That
we
was
hope.
negative. Well, it's just my nose is all stopped up and my voice is all cloudy.
Well, we pray for you. I know everybody's been missing you. Everybody's been praying. So please continue to pray for Mommy and her very first time she's ever had COVID. That blows me away. I've had it probably 3 or 4 times, and the boys have had it.
I'm out now without a mask. I don't have to wear a mask anymore.
Well, good.
So,
All right.
it's just the lingering effects.
The lingering effects. All right. Well, we're gonna watch the fiscal court meeting from the other night, and we're gonna talk about. So there's a new big scandal that's hit Whitesburg. Well, it's really hit Letcher County because, yesterday, I think we did our show on Coburger. So it was the night before that. I had this information for a few days, but I really didn't know how to go about it on the show because, we're talking about our own backyard here, and I'm really good about, let me shut my Facebooks down. Okay. And I'm really good about, just trying to be fair all across the board, right? Like, even if it's my friend, I've got friends that we want to talk about some stuff, and we do. It just is what it is. Okay, so today, people have messaged me all day long. I have gotten emails all day long. Everybody knows about it already. Now, the night before last, I chickened out. I was gonna talk about it the other night, but I really feel sorry for this man's family, and I just didn't feel comfortable saying who it was the other night, but now everybody knows. So our magistrate, one of our magistrates, apparently got caught being unfaithful, and the word is allegedly she went down to his job where he works, to the bosses, and said she demanded that the female be fired because he was allegedly having an affair with someone at work. We know all about these workplace romances here in Letcher County. Old Ben Fields and Angie Fields. Angie was married to somebody else. Well, guess what? The same magistrate that we're talking about several years hopefully this freezing stuff won't happen tonight. I know sometimes it freezes up, y'all. So just to kind of give y'all a rundown, it's not our internet, it's not our speed, it's not any of the above. So it is the streaming software that we use. Several people who are content creators and do live shows, you pretty much have to have a third-party software. And that third-party software has been having some bugs. It's been having some problems. So it's not just us. It's not just Hillbilly Crime. Lots of other creators have been going through it too. So, but getting back to what we were talking about. Okay, so we're going to look at, we are going to look at how our elected politicians in this area seem to get into the career politician steps, and then once they get in, it's really hard to get them out. It's really hard to unseat them once they get in, because once somebody gets into a position, Then all the butt kissing starts. Everybody's got an angle. Everybody's coming from every different way. They need something, so they approach this person. This person they're the gatekeeper. They can decide who gets what. Just like I ran across a newspaper article last night of our Jenkins mayor. Before he became mayor, he got some gravel on his property. Well, I guess he didn't think he had to pay for it. He ended up giving him a $1,500 check roundabout. It's in the Mountain Eagle. We're going to look at it. And it bounced. Insufficient funds. So then after he became mayor, he said, well, I don't think I got to pay for that. I don't think I have to pay that. So I'm wondering if it ever did get paid. I posted it on our Facebook. We're going to look at that. I just found it very fascinating. But back to our magistrate. It's the same magistrate for our area. Now we're talking about the magistrate for Jenkins. We're talking about the magistrate for McRoberts, Benny McCall. So many people love Benny. Well, we're going to kind of look at the history of how this goes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My mouse keeps. Thanks, Cherry and Max. We're going to just look at this history. So, from what I have found out, our magistrate had started out working at the college. Didn't you say he worked at the college, Mom? Zelmy.
Yeah, I thought he did, and I looked and I saw his name, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not there on a regular basis.
All right, we'll turn them comments off there on the screen, and maybe that'll help. They've never mentioned that as one of the things, but we'll see. Okay, so from what I have found out, he started out working at the college, and he became a preacher. I think they said he did something else too. He worked for the city of Jenkins, I found out. And he actually supposedly, I don't know if this is the exact same title or not, but my boy's baseball coach now works for one of their baseball coaches works for the city of Jenkins now, and he has been all year. And I heard that he had that he used to have that job. So our magistrate used to have his job for like taxes and stuff like that. I don't know. Somebody said it. Let me see if I've got it on my phone here. They told me what it was. Let me go back here and look. Okay. I've got a name now, but I don't want to drop the name that I've gotten. You know, everybody is trying to find out who the girl is. Who the girl is. Well, let's go back to this timeline and we'll see. So, he starts preaching and he's married. He's got a wife. And he starts preaching, and he allegedly took a fancy to a girl at church. And I've spoken with people who went to that free will church and at that time, and they said that I always thought he was just being a little too flirty with her. Well, next thing you know, he's divorcing his first wife and he's marrying the girl. He ended up cheating on his first wife with that girl. And so then he divorced his first wife and he marries the girl that he cheated on his first wife with. Well, that is who went down demanding that the new girl get fired. So he cheated on his first wife and then he married the mistress. And now he's cheating on the second wife. DC 28. He took love thy neighbor a little too seriously. Brianna's World says, you look really great, Miss Sweet Tater. I hope you start feeling better soon. Thank you. Hit that thumbs up for us, y'all. It helps us get out to a larger audience of people. Okay, so back to the timeline. So he quits being a preacher. He runs for magistrate and he wins. And once you win a magistrate position, you get a $25,000 annual salary that comes with that position. And it seems to me like they don't really have to do a whole lot. I mean, you've got a couple men who are magistrates and they get out like in the wintertime or like when we had that bad flood, and they make sure that the roads in their district are passable and, you know, stuff like that. We have a couple magistrates that I'm always impressed with. I'm always really impressed with Kenny Anderson. Every time I watch a fiscal court meeting, you know, I don't go to the courthouse unless I absolutely have to. I stay away. But I watch the meetings. I watch anything I can on TV. And every time I watch one of our fiscal court meetings, it seems like he's the only one that has really smart questions and relevant questions on issues that, you know, really need some questions being asked. I don't think he asks enough. I think he should push harder because I think that he's on the right track on a whole lot of things. But I feel like, you know, I've seen too many board of directors meetings. I've been present at them. I have been to a lot of these kinds of things. And it seems to me like sometimes you can get a bunch of people together on a fiscal court, say, just use that as an example. And nobody ever questions anything. Everybody, like the last one that we watched, the girl got up and started reading off all these numbers and reading off. She stood there 20 minutes and read nothing but a bunch of numbers and letters. How did anybody know what any of that was or what any of it even meant? They didn't. We didn't. I didn't know by the time she got done. Like, why did you even read any of that? For the record? Well, it's not just for the record. Y'all are supposed to be representing the public, but the public is also supposed to know what you're doing, right? It's like the fact that our fiscal court here in Letcher County had a fund for ankle monitors for people who were on house arrest. So if they couldn't afford their ankle monitor, we had an avenue that people could take to get their ankle monitors paid for. Do you think anybody in that jail was told that our fiscal court had that program? Why were women subjected to bend fields when our fiscal court is over our jail, completely over our jail? I mean, you know, the jailer is over the jail, but he answers to the fiscal court. It's the fiscal court. So I've been told. I mean, if I'm wrong, tell me. I'm wrong all the time. The difference is I can admit it. I can admit it. We're none of us right all the time. You know, we do get some things wrong from time to time. But all right, so I'm going to pull up this fiscal court meeting. So, just to kind of run back to our magistrate. So the word is what I was, this came from another magistrate. Okay, this information came from another magistrate, so I consider that a pretty reliable source. Okay. So allegedly the wife found out that he was sleeping with somebody from work. Oh, I still forgot the timeline. So he becomes magistrate, and then he gets a great big job at MCHC, Mountain Comprehensive Health Center, I think is the name of it. Now, MCHC is also, it's a huge clinic here in Whitesburg. Well, it's in Whitesburg. It's in Letcher County. It's a very much needed medical facility. This area desperately needs it. But they have been linked to prescription schemes. I mean, you go back. Most of the people that run it, that have always ran it, they're related to the ones that run the courthouse. They're all cousins. So like Jamie Hatton and Angie Hatton, which is the lawyers, our county attorney, former state representative, they're all, I think it's their brother or their cousin. They've got a Hatton, Dr. Hatton, that works at MCHC. I've been told that he's both. I've been told he's their brother, and I've been told he's their cousin. So I don't know, but he's one of the two. He works at MCHC. Van Breeding, my biggest fan. They all apparently had a big heel march. I saw it on Michael Watts's Facebook page. They were all the lawyers, our new judge, all of them were down there making a big appearance for the heel march. Now, heel is a for-profit company that was kind of piggyback. Okay. Now, anybody that's been following all of this stuff, I have always said that I feel like the beginning of this, the very beginning of this, all came with SOAR. SOAR, shaping our Appalachian region. I'm going to pull this up real quick, and we're just going to look at what Google has to say about it real quick. You see over here on the right, it says NIH HEAL Initiative. Now that's a big nonprofit. Well, I don't know actually. I think it is a nonprofit, but it's like a governmental one. Like it's huge. I don't even know what the NIH. Let me see. Let me pull that up, and here we go. What is the NIH? Oh, let's go over to this other one because this is very important. This is all the funneling of the money. We're looking at the money, y'all. We're looking at the money. Everybody says, follow the money. I say, follow the money. All of these people, none of them wanted to damper their pretty reputations and dare prescribe any kind of Suboxone treatment. Nope, 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 nope. They were completely against it. Nobody would prescribe it. We had to drive 3 and 4 hours away to find a doctor. None of these people. They talked so much crap about all this stuff. I went to the meetings. I heard them. I got too much of it. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. They videoed it too. They just didn't realize that the government then was, when all this stuff really first started, they just didn't realize that the government then was going to say, okay, we're going to cut off all your all's access to federal monies if you don't offer Suboxone or MAT treatment. You have to offer a Suboxone program. You have to offer a MAT program, a medically assisted treatment program. And if you don't offer this form of treatment to your patients, other than just pure abstinence, you're not getting no more federal grant money. You don't get no money. So what did MCHC and Dr. Van Breeding do? He put together this HEAL initiative. He may have even put it together a little bit before they even, I don't know, but it all came from SOAR, okay? It all came from SOAR. We're going to look at SOAR here in a second too. This is the National Institute of Health. That's what the NIH stands for. That's what this HEAL initiative is. Okay? The Helping to End Addiction long-term initiative, supporting science-based solutions to the opioid crisis. Now remember, they didn't want nothing to do with none of this. They mocked me. They ran me out crying. They didn't want nothing to do with it. They didn't want nobody working for them who was on Suboxone. It was abstinence only. And now all of a sudden they're the MAT saviors of Letcher County, well, of Eastern Kentucky. You might as well say Kentucky, the entire state of Kentucky. But when their big partner, ARC, when the state of Kentucky's big partner, ARC, the leading rehab in the state, a for-profit company who was being investigated by the FBI for what? Medicaid fraud. Okay. So I think that we are looking at a much larger, I think it's an organized crime ring. How in the world? Why? You tell me why. You get somebody who's elected to the fiscal court, and then you look at how much the overlap they have. How many All right. Sorry. Okay, so let's go back. Trying not to go too fast. I've been working on all of this stuff and researching all of this stuff for so many years. Let's see, I don't know when I graduated. 2018 with my bachelor's and 2019 with my master's, I think. I think it was, yeah, 2019, 18 or 20. Heck, I don't know, something like that. But I did my master's thesis. I had to do a research paper, like a 15-page paper every single week for like a year and a half. And you had to read so many articles, peer-reviewed articles of other people, and use that information in your own paper. And you had to like use pieces from like 20 different sources. So you had to read through all of that stuff, and you had to kind of put it all together in your own form, you know, for whatever you were arguing or talking about. And so a lot of mine was on Suboxone. A lot of mine was on MAT programs. But so this, I don't know what they've done, but it seems very fishy to me. It all seems very fishy because when this here is a, we pulled it up a couple months ago and looked at all of this stuff, and I'm almost positive this is all nonprofit. This NIH, it's all nonprofit, the National Institutes of Health. Okay. But then when we go over here and we look at Van Breeding's, whenever I pulled up all of his stuff, the tax records and all of that kind of stuff, it shows that his is a for-profit. Unless for some reason we mixed that up, but I'm pretty sure we didn't. It is all for profit, which is very shocking, because how can you be getting all this federal money? How can you be getting all this grant money? How can you go around to all of our little towns and our city councils and ask them for their opioid settlement money for this HEAL program in Whitesburg? Unless, I thought that it was going to be part of the NIH's HEAL. And if it is, then I'd be completely wrong and I've misunderstood. And I'd sure admit it if I was. But here's a more detailed look. The HEAL initiative emphasizes a grassroots approach, bringing together representatives from healthcare, public schools, the court system, faith-based organizations, because you always got to have a preacher in there to bring people to God, right? Nonprofit, public schools, court system, faith-based, nonprofits, and other community groups. According to the Shaping Our Appalachian Region website, that's SOAR. Now, SOAR is the one that we saw our governor hand Hal Rogers a $40 million check for SOAR. Yeah, and they're just a matchmaker. Remember, they don't do anything. Why do they need $40 million in one chunk? I mean, you know, I could pull up all these tax records. I've got them all saved, but they're boring. Core group. Key organizations involved include MCHC. That's Mountain Comprehensive Health Center. That's who our magistrate has been working for. And he got a really big promotion in May. So it makes me wonder Did the people at his job at MCHC know that this big affair was going on? Was it covered up? So from what we've been told, the wife went down to MCHC and demanded that whoever he was cheating with be fired. Well, now first I was told it was his secretary. But then today I was told that it was an administrator. So we don't really know who she is yet. But I've got a first name. I just don't know if it's right yet. So we're not going to be saying it until we know for sure. DC 28 says it sounds like it's a disaster in the making. Well, all of this money here is the disaster. So Dr. Breeding's role, let's see what his role is. Dr. Breeding, recognized as Staff Care's 2017 Country Doctor of the Year, plays a crucial leadership role in the HEAL initiative, fostering collaboration and driving the effort. Yeah, the effort to get everybody's money is what he does. Meeting format. The HEAL initiative holds monthly meetings. His head would turn so red it looked like it was getting ready to pop off his shoulders every time I walked through the door, which have grown from a small gathering. And back then it was the judges. It was our judges. I was there too. It was a very, very small group of people. But it all came from SOAR. SOAR, Hal Rogers, and our governor at the time, and I'd say several other people, they created this organization called SOAR. Now, okay, I'm going to pull that and we're going to look at what SOAR says. This was 7 years ago. This has been in the works for many, many years. Okay, I've watched it. I've watched it evolve from the very beginning. Addressing the opioid crisis from every angle. HEAL initiative brings organizations from all walks of life together. Yeah, buddy. With ARC and SOAR behind you and all that money and all that power and all those people of position and prestige. Of course, who don't want to be involved in that? But now, mind you, none of them wanted to even hear the word Suboxone. They did not even want to hear about medically assisted treatment. None of them did. It was all about their 30-day programs. It was all about their abstinence programs. The opioid epidemic and substance use disorder has likely affected everyone in the Commonwealth in some way, shape, or form. You reckon? While Kentucky has made great strides, especially in the areas of offering expedited treatment options, both inpatient and outpatient, to those struggling with addiction, the eradication of this epidemic must happen at home. The eradication? In what universe does that even ring true? You can't eradicate this kind of disease, and it's only gotten worse. It's just transformed to meth addiction, to a new substance. That's the crux of the HEAL Helping End Addiction for Life initiative in Letcher County. The small county tucked away on the southeastern corner of Kentucky is a lot like many other counties. Their hospitals and clinics were full of those struggling with addiction. And here they come as the saviors. As long as they can get that Medicaid money though, honey. You got to have a Medicaid card though. This overflowed to their court system. It affected every walk of life, from those who were addicted to families and children. It was wrecking lives every minute of every day. The answer to this growing problem is multifaceted and must include prevention, education, treatment, and lifelong recovery. Now, you know what they MCHC now, or well, I guess it's MCHC, so they took over the contract for the Letcher County Jail. So MCHC now is the ones who treat, which I think it used to be the hospital, actually. I don't think it was MCHC. It was ARH. And they did not renew their contract. So MCHC steps in. Oh, yeah, we'll do Suboxone treatment in the jail. Absolutely. We'll do the counseling. We'll do it all. Yep. That's where they take the patients. They've got like a little hidden area that they bring inmates in to get treated at MCHC. But so the last fiscal court meeting that we watched, the lady said that our county has to pay, or the jail, I guess, I don't know if it's the jail or the fiscal court, one of them has to pay MCHC $60,000 a month for services that they say are they're all legitimate services. Like, these are all legitimate costs. Really? Like, is there anybody on that fiscal court that could go through those charges and look and see? Like, you guys could completely cut out the counseling part of it. Like, you really could. That counseling is the biggest waste of money. It's the biggest waste of time. If you want to put together a support group that would work the same, if not better, because they're not mandated to go. Like, a lot of people are busy. We don't have time. Plus, there's such a high turnover rate with counseling that every month you've got a new counselor. Well, if you're anything like me and you have a really, really traumatic past, you have to retell that trauma every single time you get a new counselor. And that re-traumatizes us all over again. Like, every single time I would have to retell that trauma to a new counselor who sometimes I didn't even see again because I'd only see them once, and they were gone, or you'd see them twice and then they'd be gone and they'd be giving you somebody else. I wasn't no good for the rest of the day. By the time I got done telling this trauma, which this new counselor, they don't give a damn. They really do not give a shit what happened to me when I was 8 years old. They don't care. And if it's somebody, counselors that's around here, that live around here, which I don't think we have a whole lot of that, because people gossip, people talk. I don't care what license they have. I don't believe it. I've seen too much of it. I've been a counselor. I worked as a substance abuse counselor. Nobody would ever hire me as a peer support, but I've worked as a substance abuse counselor. But there's all kinds of money that could be saved. It's called waste fraud, and abuse. And every time we read through our audits for our county, the exact same things are pointed out year after year after year. And nobody is doing anything about them to fix them. You know, they keep pointing out that the same person should not have, you know, like there needs to be checks and balances. The same person shouldn't be balancing the checkbook, doing all the bank transfers, you know, and just keeping track of it all. You have to have some kind of separation of duties in anything. Why in the world would our fiscal court not be following these procedures? And when they're pointed out in an audit that you need to do better, then the next year's audit, we should see that you have done better. But we don't see that. But yet you still come back out with your campaign signs and put your chair and put your little booth up at all the festivals, and you want us to vote for you. But yet you don't want to then help us when we need help. Okay, back to Hill. It is spearheaded by a vibrant physician in the area, Dr. Van Breeding. Dr. Breeding, who works at Mountain MCHC, was named Staff Care's 2017 Country Doctor of the Year. Staff Care's assessment of Dr. Breeding was spot on. He stands at the confluence of societal ills that are threatening the well-being of his home region. You know what else Dr. Van Breeding did? He helped flood this area with opioids. He even had his license temporarily suspended for overprescribing opioids to our community members. There's a whole lot of people in this area who blame certain doctors for their elderly parents being hooked on opioids at 80 years old when they've spent their entire life at addiction free. Yeah. So, you know, you can't be part of the problem and then turn around and say, I'm the solution. How does that work? How does that happen? That just all of a sudden they turn into heroes and they turn into, I don't know, put them up on these pedestals as saints that we're supposed to worship. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't think I'll be doing that. Dr. Breeding leads the monthly HEAL meetings, which has grown over the last 3 months from just a few people gathered around a table at a local restaurant to more than 50 people on February 26th. His passion for people is unwavering. He talks of how his approach to addiction changed after visiting Karen's Place, an inpatient treatment facility operated by ARC. I told you. They all started together, all of them. They all created this together. They saw the money on the wall, or they saw the Medicaid card in your pocket. The HEAL initiative is led by a core group of organizations such as MCHC, Appalachian Regional Healthcare, Addiction Recovery Care, ARC, and SOAR, which has 2 employees from the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, working in its offices. They had the money. Well, honey, if our governor's handing him $40 million in one check, and other people are handing them millions of dollars, and they're doing all these fundraisers, and they get just coming up with millions and millions and millions. That's kind of funny, ain't it? At any given meeting, you'll find representatives from multiple health sectors. Oh, yeah, all the big dogs were there. I mean, all the big dogs. The local college, KCTCS, public schools, court system, faith-based organizations, nonprofit organizations, civic organizations, and even arts and entertainment, like the preacher man. Yeah, Mommy.
Bye.
Okay, are you leaving? Bye, Mommy. I hope you
Y'all have
feel
a good time. Love you.
love you too, Hank. All right. She was reading something. She wasn't interested in what we were talking about. All right. The meeting in February featured a presentation from organizers from the Levitt AMP series. Whitesburg was one of 15 towns in America selected for the concert series. Hill's involvement. Now that's a concert, okay. Hill's involvement. They plan to have a health and wellness fair to complement the first concert on May 31st with an embedded emphasis on addiction. Well, honey, if you throw the word addiction on it and put a sign out there, well, you can add it to the funding programs. You could probably add it in as an in-kind donation to a matching federal grant. Oh, yeah, they could do that really easy, and it would work out really well, too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Through the work of partnerships, such as that with the Letcher County Health Department, Whitesburg and Letcher County will begin a needle exchange program in April. Also, through a partnership with Addiction Recovery Care, hospitals and clinics in the MCHC and ARH networks now have access to peer support specialists who help clinicians and patients who are dealing with addiction. The idea is to provide a pathway to treatment, a pathway to hope and healing as soon as possible. The opioid epidemic is real. According to the Kentucky Office of Drug Control Policy's 2016 OD fatality report, overdose deaths in Kentucky grew. Well, we knew that. And that only shows 200. Hill is showing that real and practical solutions begin at home. And home is where healing begins. To eradicate this epidemic, it will take a collaboration of all professionals representing all walks of life. That's it. Professionals. They didn't have any room for people like us. They are all professionals. They're doctors. They're lawyers. They're judges. They are, you name it, they are. That's what they are. But people like us, we're not welcome unless we are one of the cattle being ran through their programs. Then they have room for us. It's our problem. We must create and work our solutions. Heal demonstrates what is possible when everyone comes together and works toward a common goal. As I like to say, there's something stirring in the mountains of Appalachia, Kentucky, and it stinks. That's what you're smelling, honey. Yeah, we stirring the shit. Forgive me. It's a movement of hope, promise, and healing. For shame, for shame. RICO laws need to be in Letcher County. Well, you have to have people, agencies, investigators, prosecutors. You have to have law enforcement that are willing to enforce the laws. And we don't have. They are selectively enforced very selectively.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Heavenly Father, Lord, we come to you this morning. As always, Father, we're thankful for our many blessings. Lord, we ask, Father, that you just take over this meeting, that you'll give us the knowledge we need, Father, to help our people. Lord, we always look to you for all that we need. And Father, we ask your blessings upon our county, our state, and our country, Lord. And may we always look to you for all that we do. We ask this, Father, in Jesus'
Okay. I always stop it whenever it freezes.
July 21st, 2025. We'll move right into committee reports. Got any of those?
Jack and I had a meeting with Seth, the director of the rec center. Nothing that I don't feel like we need to address now. Seth is going to come up and talk, and then we'll go from there. But it would
You want to do that now, Seth?
Sure.
Okay.
be a surprise for you.
I wanted to introduce the idea of turning the old bowling alley in the rec center into a laser tag arena. I'll talk to a company out of Milwaukee that supplies that kind of thing. And I've had a lot of suggestions thrown at me and a lot of ideas since I got the position. And as far as initial cost and overhead and potential for revenue, I think this is the way to go. I'm happy to answer any questions about it. I just wanted to get the idea out there and see if we could start moving towards that.
Now, word is that this big affair fiasco happened before this meeting. And so we don't see him, Mr. Magistrate, at this meeting. Allegedly, he called in sick. It would be our magistrate, Mr. Benny McCall.
That room is the perfect size based on what they're telling me per square foot, per player. Excuse me, I think the idea, if you can imagine like having an attraction in Letcher County, kind of like Gabby's and Pikeville, you know, this could be a birthday party thing, it could be a corporate thing, it could be something that brings revenue from outside the county into the county. And aside from that, I think it'd be really good for the youth in the area. Anything, you know, high schoolers, kids around here that don't have anything to do after school, I think that'd be a good place for them to go. So again, I'm happy to answer any questions about it. I just want to give you.
But they only hire who they want to hire. So to get your peer support certification, I have mine, but I never was able to work as a peer support because nobody would ever hire me. Excuse me. You can't bill for your own services. So they took the advice of all of these people, these hot rod, hot dog guys that got all the money and that are still getting all the money. Like all that money's going to pay their salaries. If you really looked at how much money is going for administrative services, fees, salaries, benefits, and look at that compared to, like, none of that money helps people like me, except for like our medicine. Like that's all we need. That's all we need. All this money that they're throwing at this counseling crap, it's all crap, because there's not enough people who work as counselors who I would let counsel my dog. Do you hear me? Like, I've been in way too many. I've been in it for the last 20 years. I've been in it all my life. I've had counselors for a very long time, since way before my addiction ever even started. There are not a lot of great counselors. I've only had maybe 2 in my life. In my lifetime. That's bad. That whenever I went in there, I didn't leave. I counseled them. The entire time we were there, they told me about their life. We didn't talk about nothing that I was going through. Hardly ever. Or they became a friend. They were just a friend. The boundaries get blurred in those counseling programs left and right. You end up having relationships between them. You name it, there are serious problems with it. And it all falls under the waste, fraud, and abuse category, in my opinion. Remember, it's my show. You're going to get my opinion. If you don't want it, don't watch.
Did you say you got the idea from someone that haven't?
So when we did that Kids Day, one of the inflatables was a laser tag inflatable, and the line was just out the door for that. I mean, we had probably, I think, 6 inflatables altogether, and that's the one people just kept lining up for. I mean, it was by far the most popular. As far as the actual arena, I know all of you probably been.
So everybody's talking about tourism, okay? They've kind of moved from the rehab and the treatment, and I see it pushing towards tourism. They've been working on the tourism stuff for a long time, but I see the corruption moving towards the tourism, because I've looked into a lot of the property that's been changing hands in Whitesburg and other places in the county. And it's very interesting to see lawyers purchasing properties from judges who they work in the same courtroom. And they're all Airbnb owners. You know, it's all about these Airbnbs here now. And everybody's got one. You know, they've all the hot rods anyway down there in Whitesburg do. And, you know, there's just a whole lot of conflicts and financial connections to a lot of these people. A lot of this land that flooded a couple years ago. So there are, and the land that's being bought up by the county in these buyout programs, that land can't be used for anything except for like tourism. They can use it and turn it into anything that they want. I mean, I'm sure they've got some rules and guidelines on it, but it would be for like tourism. And so if you have all this information and you're getting into real estate, wouldn't it be really cool to like buy up properties all along where, you know, later on you guys are getting ready to put in say a lake, or a river access point? If you're getting ready to put in, if you know that you're part of the fiscal court, or your family's part of the fiscal court, heck, you might be a defense attorney or even a prosecutor in Letcher County. You might even be a judge sitting on the bench. Well, do you think you might have a little bit of inside information about what properties are going to be done with the buyout program, it's like insider trading for stock market guys. You get all this insider information, and you know what's going to be really popular here in about 5-10 years, so you use that to benefit financially for you and your family. You know what I'm saying?
In the bowling alley, that down part of it on the lower level, they've sent me some examples of other arenas that they've accommodated, and it's basic, oil drums that have been repainted. We could get the lumber from job sites throughout the county. It's really basic stuff. Really all we need is paint, and that room's already set up for black lights. As far as, like I said, initial cost, I think this is the way to go. And potential revenue.
And that's what we talked about. We said that the bottom line for us is the bottom line and trying to get more revenue in. So that's not something that would be included in with a membership fee. It would be a separate admission fee that would be on the bottom at that end of the center. And we thought from the beginning that that's where the money was going. We're going to be able to create more revenue. Is the top is established, the basketball courts are established. Other than there's more things that we can do there. But on the end where the bowling alley is and where the playroom is, we feel like that is where we can start creating more revenue.
Yeah, absolutely. And like just for example, on a really good week, I have 5 to 6 birthday parties in there, and that accommodates kids up to about 5-6 years old tops. And the average income on a party right now is about $100. That doesn't include concessions. Average income for a party in the laser tag would be somewhere $300 to $500. It just depends. We haven't worked out all the prices yet, but we would do party packages, kind of like Daddy says, based on the number of people. And that doesn't include concessions as well. And the big thing there is if somebody wants to have a party at the rec center, it's a 2-hour block, and that's it. I can have 1 party at a time. I can have 2 parties going at a time here. I can do it 7 days a week. To me, it makes a lot of sense as far as what it could do for the area.
And you were saying at the main front, you could have like a food area where they could sit at
So
tables.
you've got the lower level and you've got the top level. That's where we make it sort of a party room, where kind of like the party room and the playroom area now. So that top part would be where we put our tables and chairs and stuff, and then that bottom part would be the actual arena itself.
That'd be great.
That sounds like a great idea.
It really does.
Put us some information together that, with the hard numbers on it, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the minutes of the previous meeting. Anybody got any questions or changes? A motion to approve.
Second.
Call the roll in.
Jack,
Yes.
Kenny,
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Teddy,
Yes.
Judge Adams.
Yes. Move into new business, approve tax rates for Letcher County Health Department. Ms. Brandy Sloan. Welcome, Brandy.
Letcher County Board of Health voted to set the tax rate at 8 cents. That's no change from last year.
That's the same as it's been the last 3 or 4 years.
Last few years.
Need a motion.
Yeah, to accept.
I'll make a motion to approve the tax rate for Letcher County Health Department.
Yeah. Call the roll in.
Jack,
Yes.
Kenny,
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Teddy,
Yes.
Judge Adams.
Yes. Thanks, Brandy.
Judge Adams, is it possible to go back to Seth one more time before he leaves?
Yeah.
Okay. And someone sent me a message that represents the National Guard that is interested in putting the window vinyl, I don't know what it's called, window something. They'll do it for free. All it will take is I think they may put their logo in the bottom of it. It is a safety feature because you can see out, but you can't see in, and it's also helps with, it's energy efficient and helps with regulate the temperature in the rec center. So I'd like to see what the court would think about allowing that to happen. I don't know if it can be done on the rock wall window because I was looking on the way down here, those sections or so, I also don't know how to do it, so.
Yeah, as far as the National Guard goes, I have no idea what all that entails. They make it sound like it can really be done as much as we want or as little as we want. So I can find out more information on it. As
A
far
lot
as,
of the schools are doing it just as a safety thing, and it makes everything look nice and neat. And again, I kind of Googled it to see what, and it helps with regulate the temperature and keeps the sunlight out.
So listen, one thing I wanted to say, Terry says if they deport people, where is all the U.S. citizens going to get their rugs? Really, isn't that a joke too? Well, I just wanted to mention that I have recently been talking to somebody who was a victim of Benfield's, and they told me that, they really felt like they had a great thing going with him, that he told them, allegedly, he told them where all the best rugs were. So who the rug reelers were that had all the good dope. He told her where she could get it. He allegedly told her where all the roadblocks were. He allegedly told her who was ratting, so who was telling on people. He told her who to stay away from. He told her anything that she needed. She was like, I thought I had the best thing going. There were things that she couldn't do, places that she couldn't go, but she was told in jail that if she needed help, all she had to do was, do it. And so she said, I did what I had to do. I needed to see my kids. And it was the only way that I could see my children. And not one person, this fiscal court right here, this fiscal court is over our jail. We have still not had one person step up, write a statement, put it in the paper. If you don't want your face on camera, you don't have no problem with your face on camera here. You don't have no problem getting on Facebook and writing a statement there. You don't have no problem with your dog warden going and being on everybody's door ring cam. Everybody's got security cameras these days, right? Like, some of these excuses just don't fly. They're bullshit. But our fiscal court, not one person, not just the fiscal court, there ain't not been one person, not one official, not one has come out and addressed any of this stuff. None of it. Not one person has come out and said, with all this talk about sexual misconduct, all these instances of inappropriate sexual behavior on behalf of these people, we do not condone this. Somebody should have stepped up and said something, but we still have not one person has said anything. Nothing. I'm the only one talking about it. Everybody talks about it behind everybody's back. Everybody talks about it. They just don't want their, which that's okay. I get it. I get it. Let them hate me. They already hated me. I wasn't losing nothing, baby. I only gained. I've not lost a thing. And I don't give a crap if you don't like how I make my income, because I don't like how you make yours. So it doesn't make you any better than me, baby.
So, something, if you want to look into that, Seth, and then maybe present it when you give us the numbers for the.
Okay.
Guard somewhere on it, but as far as they told me, it's all free. You know.
Okay.
But they'll pretty much put whatever we want them to put. So I can
Exactly.
reach out to them and find out, you know, time and all kinds of things like that, and let you guys know.
Have, yeah, when they come and look at it, then Deb and Jack and myself, we can all meet over there.
That'd be good. I'll let you guys know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 2, update from ER6. That's number 2.
Now, this is ER Assist. This is the company that our fiscal court hired for the flood stuff. Okay. They're still there. They're still here. The last one that I heard that they got up and did this, that I heard, it was for all the salaries to be paid, if I heard that correctly. There was a ton of money that was being paid for salaries, for ER Assist salaries. All that money that was donated here, this is the company that our fiscal court let handle all that stuff. This is also the company that screwed up all of the receipts, most of them. Out of all those millions of dollars, all that work that was done here, there wasn't hardly any documentation of where any of the work was done at, what was done at those locations. Where's the documentation for any of it? Well, apparently they don't have any, is what I was told. They don't have much. And so what they say? Oh, well, that's okay. That's okay. We didn't do very good with that. But we'll do better next time. We'll do better next time. Just don't even worry about that. Just forget that you ever even heard any of that. And then I was told that towards the end of that first contract with the first flood in 22, it was really hard to get anybody on the phone. Things were, delays were getting longer. It was just not a very pleasant working relationship, was what I heard. Until the other flood of 25 hit. Then when we got flooded again, I heard it was, call. And then they rehired them. They renewed a contract with them again. Are you joking me? No, I ain't joking you, sister. I ain't joking you, brother. I wouldn't pull your leg. I wouldn't shit you. You're my favorite turd. Sorry, my grandma used to say that.
A lot of the upper respiratory issues, top of my throat. We've got file status. We have a list. I'm not going to read it all to you. We have procurement. I'm going to start in reverse order. I have on the second page, emergency culverts. I'm sorry, Brandon was going to be here today, but we had a medical issue with one of our site inspection teams this morning, so he ran out to address that and I'm not talking. On the emergency culverts, the recommendation is to go with Beyond Blessed. Well, they didn't have the lowest price on every type of culvert. It was the overall average lowest price or lowest cost.
I have a motion on the emergency culvert installation.
Judge, I've got that, I am a little surprised. I do not know what to learn.
Well, we had a post that was a previous and you weren't able or willing to do all of the work.
Oh, yes, I was.
It's not our documentation to that. That's why we had to rebid it twice.
I've always been all scared, I have no idea what I'm talking about.
That was on the one on a 20-foot length.
Yes.
I think that was discrepancy before was if it was multiple lengths or
Yeah, perhaps what you're talking about is you didn't bid all of the lengths on this one.
No, I did. I did everyone.
Now, here's an example. I don't know who this guy is. Does anybody know who this fella is? Because it sounds like he bid on something. But her attitude on that, like, no, you didn't. Because a lot of these people that work on these programs are not from here. Okay? So many of them are not from here. These nonprofits that come in here, they hire people from like Maryland, California. They hire all of these people whose culture is not anything like ours. And then they send them here. And then that really upsets people like me because there's too many of these positions that should be filled by people from this area. There are enough of us educated, qualified people, community members from this area who they could give these positions to, and they don't. They don't. And if they do, in my opinion, like they did when they hired me for that nonprofit job, they think we're too stupid to figure out what they are doing. Because they just don't think that we're smart enough to catch on. Nobody else has ever caught on to their white collar crime. Nobody else has caught on to those audits and those budgets and the poor record keeping. Because as long as they continue poor record keeping, they can blame any discrepancy on ignorance. But have you ever heard people say, well, I purposely act like I don't know how to do anything, so that way nobody ever asks me to do anything? If everybody knows that you are a whiz and that you can do all kinds of things, then people are constantly asking you to help them do stuff for free. I've had so many people tell me that they pretend like they can't do a damn thing, that they're dumb as a box of rocks. So that way people don't bother them for free labor. But they think that we are that way. Whenever I caught on to all of the misappropriation of funding and all of these things that were just completely wrong, bad, and I tried to bring attention to it, oh, I was the devil. I was the devil. And they got rid of me. They held $7,000 of my money that I worked for. They held it and said, you either sign resign and sign a separation agreement. And this was a lawyer who did this, who knew he wasn't allowed to do this. But like I said, they think that we are so dumb, we don't know the rules. And somebody has to complain. Somebody has to file a complaint with like the bar association when it's a lawyer doing bad stuff. And I knew that if I did that, I knew that if I filed a bar complaint against this man, I was going to end up hurting myself. Like it would end up coming back. They would retaliate against me if I did it. And he held my check and he said, you sign it and I'll give you your money. You don't sign it and I'm not giving you your money. I recorded it all. I had my phone on record right in our meeting. I recorded it all. This was several years ago, but I still got it. Never shared it. Just had it for my own protection. And I took my $7,000 and I went on my merry way. But they wanted me gone. So that way his best friend's mom wouldn't get in no trouble. When you hire and you work with all your family or friends' family, or it's all, you've hired people for nepotism reasons. I don't think that I said that right, but you know what I'm getting at. Then that's what happens whenever somebody does something wrong. They then cover it up for that person. When if it was somebody that was not related to you, somebody that you didn't have an emotional connection with, or, you know, so to speak, you might not go to the lengths that you would go to cover them, cover up their mistake or their crime. I mean, you know, there's rules and there's laws for a reason, but they're broken left and right all the time. And like I've said several times, people can show you that, give you the paper. They've done all this budgeting, all these numbers, all this stuff. Get it all looking pretty and hand it to you and say, here you go. It needs your signature. I need your signature. Will you sign it? It's all done. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Here you go. And if you don't know what you're looking at, that's exactly what you'll do. Be like, here you go. And you just approved something really bad. I'm telling you, if you don't know, then that's a bigger problem, don't you think? If we've got people in these positions who wouldn't be able to identify those kinds of things, somebody who wouldn't recognize those kinds of things, that's how money gets missing. That's how stuff gets gone. Why, with all this money floating around, why isn't there money to buy a stove for our jail? Why isn't our jail fixing their own meals? You know, there are so many. Why has that jail not been updated? And, you know, just the kinds of things that need done. You can go down there and the whole, like the Sally Port in those videos, the whole ceiling is falling through. Where's the money? Where's all those millions of dollars of funding that are coming in or that have already came in? Because according to all them, it's gone. And it's been gone for a long time. Well, where did it go? I want to see where it went. I want to know how much was spent here. I want to know how much was spent there. I want to know the conflicts. I want to know how many of these magistrates and our judge executive have properties that bump up against these uh, buyout properties. Like I want to look at it all.
And this beyond blessed y'all did bring up, I'm still cheaper than they are if you follow my rating.
The question,
That was not the feedback that we just been on, because I've been on several things. This is something that keeps being brought up, that should not be brought up. When I won this contract, fair and square,
Fair is fair.
the difference was what the court talked about last court meeting was the difference. If it was going to be a 40-foot culvert, you wanted extra charge for it.
but it was still cheaper than beyond blessed, which is the next one up, if you follow their rating.
Right, but we couldn't just let you change the rates, so that's why we had to rebid it.
Right.
No,
Yes, we can't just do a contract
Well,
and then-
that's the lowest bidder, and regardless of how you want to paint this, I'm the lowest bidder.
But you weren't willing to do the work for the rate.
I've never refused a job, so don't give me that either. I don't know where this is coming from. I've done a lot.
Now, did you see the look on her face as she looks at the fiscal court and the judge executive while he's talking? She's like,
I extra work for free as well.
If it
and he Does anybody know who this fella is? He seems like a local. He sounds like a local. But this is the kind of issue that you end up seeing with all of this. You've got the local people, and then you've got people like this lady from the ER assist, and they don't tend to like each other very much.
was 20 foot, it was for X amount of dollars. If it was 40 foot, it would just be double that price.
But I get that. But once again, we went over $100. I don't know why we keep going over this. The 20-foot rate was for 20 feet. When you decide to go up to a 40 or longer, the only thing I ask is that I got a chance to go with it. I just changed everything. What she's trying to do is change it beyond blessed gets every court job, which is ridiculous because I've had this contract since March.
So what he said was what this lady is doing is trying to kick his bid out. So this company that's called Beyond Blessed gets all of the contracts. So that's what it sounds like to me. Does anybody else hear that any differently? Who's Beyond Blessed? Does anybody know who Beyond Blessed is?
I've had 9 jobs since March. This entire county is flooding. Over the culvert. Every time it rains, a good hard rain,
All right. So, beyond blessed, I wanted to see. Let me see if I can Google that and see beyond blessed. I'll go ahead and.
Our companies are going to work.
But we can't arbitrarily change that bid price beyond what it is. It has to be rebid.
20 foot that I clearly want, should all be coming to me. This should be the things over 20 foot. What she's trying to do is change the whole thing, but beyond less than everything. We are a local company that does all our banking and all our business right here in this county. My understanding is beyond less is from London.
There we go.
No, they're local too.
Well, that's not what was on the last bid sheet underneath the name.
But
the 20 foot, I tell you what, give me the 20 foot that I won clearly, and I don't care what you do with the rest of them, even though I will be cheaper. Which I think is a misuse of funds, you know, somebody that's more expensive for personal preference.
and what we're bidding out now too is materials and labor.
Yeah.
It's the whole thing.
Do you notice that our judge executive is not saying a word? Not one magistrate is saying a word in defense or even questioning anything. So we have a local contractor disagreeing with this ER assist lady. And what he's saying is a really big accusation. Like, that's a big deal. If you're trying to kick our local contractor when Beyond Blessed has already been, they've already won all the rest of the contracts. It sounds to me like this guy only has this one, and you're trying to kick him to give them all to this other company. And who was that? Miss Sarah? Sarah said they were from East Bernstadt, but the judge executive there said they were local. So anybody that can dig up, where's our diggers at? Beyond Blessed. And they work with culverts. I'm digging too.
So what we'll be going with is the bid, if the court approves, at what the low bid at this point. And that's per all of them, correct?
All of them, that's what the bid was.
For the materials, labor, everything.
Yes,
They supply the culverts, they supply everything.
yes, that's according to the bid.
And let me just tell you too, they replaced all those culverts from the 22 flood. And then whenever it flooded again in 25, what do you think happened? Almost all of those culverts popped right back out of every single one that they had put in. Almost all of them. I don't know. I don't know what the numbers are on that, but I know, like, as I'm driving down the road, I'm seeing them floating in the river and in the creek, and they're everywhere. I don't think I saw any that were still in place. So, I mean, we really shouldn't be having to replace all of these every year, every time it floods. And we're seeing that these floodings are happening more and more. Like the very first one we had, they called it 1,000-year flood. And then we had another one 2 years later, or 3 years later.
I need a copy of that, because I've been on that as well.
Okay. Is there any other conversation or a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
And that's Beyond Blessed.
Yeah, Beyond Blessed.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We had a really big problem when all that flooding happened. You had a ton of people that came in here to volunteer and volunteer and volunteer. You had people that came in and just bought up properties, and like you had a lot of people that came in here and took advantage of people. You had people came in to do work for people, like volunteer and stuff and help. You had people who said they came in and like as contractors and priced jobs and took their last bit of money and just jetted, didn't even do the work. Like there were so many people that didn't qualify for FEMA assistance. You had so many people that were displaced and, lost everything.
Yes. What's the pattern? Motion passed.
Construction.
The next one is for rail and credit. We had 3 responses. 2 actually had the equipment to do the work and have references doing rail and credit before, and our recommendation is Blue Rock.
So why would our judge executive sit there in this meeting and tell that guy that these people were local? Why would he do that? When we look them up, and so far our diggers have been on it. There's 3 beyond blessed, guys. 1 assisted living, 1 is a construction LLC, and 1 is a ministry. I'd say it's a construction LLC one. And we've had 3 people so far. Granny and me, I think, are the latest ones. They are from East Bernstadt, so that's 3 people saying they're from East Bernstadt. Do we know who that guy is? Is that you? No. That's not you. I want to know who that guy is. Nobody's telling us yet. But as soon as we get a local that knows who he is, they'll shoot me a message. Got a big storm. Is it raining? Looks like it is.
Rock has had the work before and has presented to this board before.
Motion on the rail and credit.
And this is for all materials, all labor, all everything.
Is that for a year?
Is it?
I think that's what it is. But
It's bid for 25 to July.
it's not listed as the court's annual bid. I have to pull the sheet.
No, we've got a different, Hinkle is doing our annual bid for our non-flood stuff,
This was, yeah.
and this is for flood related.
Yeah, Blue Rock.
Yeah.
Rail and credit.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, is this for the year to July?
No.
It's not a yearly contract.
Okay. What job is it?
I was pull up the bid. I think it's lists FEMA projects.
All right.
It's not listed as the annual bid,
No.
like the asphalt bid, if that's what you're asking. I think it does have a time period on it, but it is not.
There's the jailer, and that looks like Lena Hensley. Is that Lena Hensley? Is that the chief deputy? Miss Lena Hensley and Brian Sloan. So that would be Bert Sloan's brother back there. You see his head popping up with his hair combed to the side. That's the jailer. And if I'm not mistaken, that looks awful lot like his deputy. They were the ones who came out here to my neighbors because they accidentally released him. And then they came back out and beat him here before he even made it home to rearrest him. That's them. So that's Brian Sloan's brother is Bert Sloan. So Bert is the one who retired a couple months before Mickey shot Kevin. He won the election the same time that Mickey won for sheriff. They both ran at the same time. I could go on, but I will stop it for now.
The annual bid per state.
We have a motion on the bids for
We've been
bid.
keeping both companies working.
Yes.
Are we looking at the Blue Rock? Is that
Yes.
one? I'll make a motion to accept that, Blue Rock Road and Crew.
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Let me say this, Blue Rock did a project up in Great Oak Road in Mayking, and I messaged the road foreman to come up there and look at it, and I've seen Blue Rock.
Okay. Let's get us back on schedule here.
But I just want to make them aware up in Great Oak Road in Mayking, and I messaged the road foreman to come up there and look at it, and I've seen Blue Rock do really good work, but this work was not their typical work. So, and of course want to go with the lowest, but I just want to make them aware that they need to come up there and look at that
What
project.
job is that, man?
It's on Great Oak Road.
So one of our diggers dug into the Blessings place and says that the company Beyond Blessed in Whitesburg, Kentucky, has raised concerns regarding its legitimacy. There are allegations of fraud related to PPP loan funds. I'm always looking to make sure the cats didn't knock it out. So reviews on TrustBurn indicate that customer experiences may vary, suggesting potential issues with the company. Very interesting. And so somebody else said that guy, the bald-headed one that was bidding on this project, his name is Wade Adams. Is that Wade Adams? I've heard his name before. Is that what's his name? Adams's son, Randall Adams. Doesn't Randall Adams have a son that's a cop or something? Is that his dad? Does anybody know? They said he's an ex-state trooper. So that fella that's getting mad at that woman there, some of our people are saying that he is an ex-state trooper. So that means he probably wouldn't like me. But I'm rooting for you, buddy. Even if you don't like me, I can like you if you're a good dude. And if you're having a problem with this, I have a problem with it too. Yes, Randall's son. I like Randall, man. I like Randall. Randall reminds you of an Elvis Presley in the 1950s or 60s Elvis. Not a 70s Elvis. Randall's really skinny or fit. He's a fit guy. But he has real long sideburns and he combs his hair real nice. Randall's a ladies' man, but he takes care of his mommy. Like he's a mommy's boy, big time. That's good people there, man. Good people there. Good people there. And the fact that our fiscal court is just blatantly like doing this, there's something odd about it because not one of them is saying anything in defense of him. I wonder what that means. Why is nobody on the fiscal court even questioning his? He's trying to speak up. He doesn't think this is right. And the whole fiscal court just is kind of dismissing of it. I wonder why. Does that mean that they've had problems with him before? Or does that mean that they just don't want to work with him? Or does it mean that they're just taking this lady from ER Syst's side with no questions asked? Because it didn't seem like they were even interested a little bit in seeing what he was talking about that she was doing.
My name's Danny Hurd.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Yes.
Eddie,
Yes.
Jack,
Yes.
Kenny,
Yes.
Jeff.
Yes.
Trying not to cough. There's two NRCS projects. This is debris removal.
Not around
The
here.
recommendation is to go with razorback trucking.
Make a motion to accept Razorback trucking for NRCS removal, debris removal.
I'll second it.
Kenny,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
Shetty,
Yes.
Jack,
Yes,
Jack.
Yes.
they do a good job.
They do.
Jack,
Yes.
Judge Adams.
Yes. They do a good job. They do.
Also do very good with the paperwork, which is what helps us keep the money later on.
Yep.
Okay, I'll move to the first page. You need to read the project, so I'll have a quick meeting for me. Or if you need me to recommend as highlighted or answer any questions. I don't know what the vendors and those prices. The project number.
707-428, and the bid number is 21,800 for.
For B-Brock.
Okay. Just read them all.
Then 729-022 has a bid number of 58,000. Price, sorry. 58,901 for B-Rock again.
Yes.
Now, see, whenever they do all this stuff here with these numbers, nobody knows what the hell they're talking about. Do you guys know what they're talking about? Because I don't know what they're talking about. The last time they got up there and rambled off a bunch of numbers and letters for like 20 minutes, and I didn't know. I was dumber at the end when she quit talking than I was before she started.
742-946 has a bid price of $17,530 for B-Rock again. Project 735-615 has a bid price of $14,864 from CNC.
Okay, now I found out why Judge Executive Terry Adams said they were a local company. Thank you, Digger. Thank you, Candace. So this construction company, their contact information is in East Bernstadt, Kentucky. But they work in Knott County, Letcher County, Pike County, Perry County, and Laurel County and Breathitt County. But they're not a local company. Just because they work in Letcher County doesn't mean they're from Letcher County. And if they work in all of these counties, it looks to me like they might have an office in all these areas. If they have an office in all these areas, that means they are a very, very, very big company. When all of this money, all of these jobs could have went to local people. Whenever they asked them about it at one of the meetings, one of the magistrates said, well, the people here we didn't have access to all of the work that we needed done. ER Assist brought with them companies, I guess, that they like to use. Like our very own Wade Adams, a local person from this community. That's not right, what they just did to him. That's not right. That's not right. And I'm telling you now, when we go vote this time, if we vote Adams back in, if we vote Terry Adams back in as judge executive, we're not, it's nothing's gonna change. Everything's gonna stay the same, if not get worse. That's my opinion. We need to clean house this next election. And I hope the people of Letcher County are ready for just, I hope this election, we've got more people vote than ever. Like, we need a revival, a voting revival. That might be a pretty good idea, y'all. We might just have to put together a meet and greet or something before election or around election time. That might be an interesting thing to do, mightn't it? We could set us up a meet and greet right at a polling station, or close to one anyway.
Construction,
14.
yeah, 14 cents. Yeah, $14,864.14. Then for project 707-442 has a bid price of $8,993.88 from CNC Construction again. Project 729110 has a bid price of $8,565.42 from CNC Construction. Project number 735141 has a bid price of $6,000 through $323.65 from B-Rock. Project number 735630 has a bid price of $4,823.
Well, all the rehab people got new cars. So anybody that was associated or worked for ARC, they did the car thing. Almost all of their high paid employees got like big time salary packages. Like, these people were trying to be a Fortune 500 company while allegedly defrauding Medicaid and the people of Kentucky. Because they didn't just defraud allegedly and trick us, the addicts, but they sold snake oil to their families. They've sold snake oil to people who had loved ones suffering from addiction.
18 cents from B&D Construction. Project number 736.
Only certain people got certain privileges. Like, I found that article about the Jenkins mayor, giving a bounce check to the county for his gravel that I think they made him pay for. And so he's like, oh, okay, here, let me sign a check. Here you go. And it bounced. It bounced. And he's like, he becomes mayor and says, well, I don't have to pay that. Well, I don't think I have to pay that. So I'm just not going to pay it. I bet you it didn't get paid. I bet you it never got paid. If I knew that I owed somebody $1,500 and that I just cheated them out of it, like, I would not be able to sleep at night. I couldn't lay my head down and know that I'd just done that to somebody, knowing that that's their mortgage payment for the month or, something. Not everybody has a conscience, I couldn't get up in the pulpit and preach, which I'm a woman. I don't want to be a preacher. Okay. The way that I just believe that men should be pastors. Okay. Now, I believe women can preach. We had a woman preacher at my church and she was amazing. And every once in a while, I might get down. Well, I might have used to. I ain't been in my Bible long, anytime soon, so I sure ain't gonna be doing that. But anyway, let's get back here. I'll quit yakking.
465 has a bid price of $9,685.21. That's from B-Rock. Project number 741519 has a bid price of $28,796.45 from B-Rock. Project number 741954 has a bid price of $149,245.41 from B-Rock. Project number 742987 has a bid price of $2,059.35 from B&B Construction. Project number 742.
I'll just mute that and let them go on with those numbers while I say what I was going to say. You know, a lot of these men, I don't know how a man can become a preacher with his wife on his arm and, you know, go out into the community preaching Jesus, preaching forgiveness, you know, just preaching Jesus. And then start having an affair with a girl in your church. And then leave your wife, divorce her, and marry this really young girl when you're old enough to be her daddy. And then you have a couple kids with her. And then you get a pretty good job and you start cheating on her. Like, I ain't perfect. You know, I used to not cuss ever. In the last 6 months, I have fallen, I guess, a little bit, and every once in a while, a cuss word comes out my mouth. But I pray about it. I ask God to forgive me, and I try the next day. I try. But I'm not perfect. I screw up. I fall short every day. But there's a difference. There's just a difference in doing the little things. Well, I mean, I don't know, little, big. What's one sin is no worse than another sin, is what the Bible tells us. But, you know, I just feel like there's a lot more planning and stuff goes into that kind of thing when you have to, you know, sneak and text with somebody and you're doing it behind your spouse's back. Like, you're cheating and lying and betraying the person that trusts you more than anybody else in the whole world. The person that you lay down with every single night. The person that you share children with. The person that thinks that they're going to be with you for the rest of their life. The person that you tell you love. But in the morning, you put on that fancy blue suit. You put on that good-looking tie. Make sure that head shaved real slick and smooth. And you go on down there to the job. Go on down there to the popular house. Because if you're accepted down there by them, then you got your foot in the door, baby. You are on your way. If you make it in the circle,
Dad.
Yes.
Two more things, I think. But you wanted to put out some procurement for asphalt in the event that Mountain Materials isn't able to complete the work.
I do. I think for our flood projects that we go ahead and put out procurement. I've contacted Mountain Enterprise and they, as typical, they're covered up right now. I think if we can maybe get a smaller contractor to come in and do some of that work, that we'll get our projects done. And that won't be our county projects, our flex roads or anything like that. It'd just be flood related work. And if that's the court's will.
I think we need to.
Yeah.
We're 3 years back right now.
Yeah, we'll never get to it.
And, we're getting late in the season now, so.
Mountain is, of course, always going to be the least expensive just because they have the plant, but we don't have the options.
Yeah. I would entertain a motion to do that, if y'all so inclined.
But
I'll
that,
make a motion.
I second.
I guess then my only concern is the cost of it.
Yeah.
Well, as long as we stay in the range of, FEMA's allowance on that would be we can't incur no extra cost by having that.
This is the reason I'm here to ask a question.
Yeah, hold on just a minute.
It can be judicious in what we award where. For some of the asphalt projects, we already have a capped amount that we're dealing with. So if we spend more, we don't get more. But for the new disaster that we haven't turned in, if we're able to turn the work in as work completed, then, and FEMA approves it, now those are two big things, then it would be based on actual costs. So we can try to, everything needs to be done right now. We understand that when it's possible, we can try to choose who to go with, what location to go with, what contractor, if possible. That may not be possible.
Yeah. And we'll just have to be real wary of the project and the total cost. What do you have?
Will this be for the 2022 flood or just for the flood that just happened in February?
It'll be for any of our flood projects that FEMA's approved.
Okay, will the 22 ones be top priority, or will they be put on the back burner to the side roads and all like they were?
Yeah, it would be prioritized to the 22 flood as that comes to.
And how do you find out to make sure? I was told by someone from ERC that they didn't know whether the 22 floods would be approved. And if I seen FEMA, for me to tell them that it happened in February, and I told them I did not lie.
Right.
Do that. And they told me, well, then if I could just avoid them and not say nothing.
The project's approved.
Consistent.
Do what?
That's inconsistent.
That's what Brandon said, if you'd like to learn.
Oh, so this guy sounds like he's busting these ER assist people out. They said to tell him it happened in February. Now, you know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of the lawyers that they have charged in the RICO, under RICO charges over the dust mask settlements. So when lawyers were telling their clients, you need to say this and you need to tell them that, they got in big trouble for that. You know who else did dust mask cases? Matt Butler, our prosecutor. He did a ton of dust mask cases. There's a whole lot of people that's not very happy with him and his representation of them in those dust mask cases. Now, I've met a couple people, like one guy said, oh, I love him, man. He's my best friend. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, he got me almost $1 million. got him almost $1 million back in that dust mask settlement. Yeah, man. I know a lot of very let's see, I know some very unhonest people, like people who are not honest at all. Just in general, they're not a trustworthy person. They got their dust mask settlements too. I wonder how. I wonder if anybody told them that they needed to say this or that they needed to say that, or kind of guided them through what they needed to do in order to get that money. The love of money is the root of all evil, y'all. So let's see how this confrontation goes.
The FEMA approved projects is what we'll do. And the 22, most of those.
And it seems like the judge executive and the fiscal court seem to have this ER assist lady's back 1,000%. It doesn't seem to me like they're taking anything that anybody is saying as a complaint seriously at all. They're not even they're not even questioning it. Judge Executive Adams just kind of cruises right on over it.
Those have been gone through by FEMA already. So if we can get a contractor, then we'll start those projects. Did we take a vote on that?
Not yet.
Jack,
Yes.
Kenny, Dan,
Yes.
Chetty,
Yes.
Judge Adams.
Yes. And what we'll do, if we get that listed and public notice, we may have just a short special call meeting to approve that whenever, so we can get moving as soon as possible.
The last is the buyout. We don't have any movement yet on this year's disaster, but everyone that has been registered has been given a code. So,
Well, here I want to address this. If a preacher's cheating on his wife, I'll say something. Well, if I'm sitting underneath that preacher and he's cheating on he's coming in every morning with his wife, and that's my pastor, and that's my pastor's wife, that's a sacred thing. Like that's, if you were a Catholic, it would be your priest, right? Well, Protestant, we'll just use that. Protestant people have pastors. Like my pastor, I had him, he was my pastor for over 10 years. I loved him like a father, and I loved his wife like a second mother. If I had found out that he had been cheating on her with one of the girls who was in our church that was young enough to be his daughter, I would be devastated. Like that would absolutely rock my world in a way that I don't even know. I can't even imagine. That would just devastate my spirituality, like and the bonds that you make in a church setting. And if I'm voting for somebody and they're putting on, they're coming out into the community and they're portraying, that I'm this is what you're voting for. Let me represent you. Give me your vote. Trust me. And you're doing this stuff, like once you get elected, then you just start making these steps and getting deeper and deeper connected into the fabric of the corruption. You just get more conflicted and more conflicted the deeper in you get. And then we find out this. I think everybody should know, and everybody should have the choice of whether they want to vote for you again. I mean, that's on you. Your sins are on you just like my sins are on me. Every one of us have to work out our own salvation with fear and trembling. Every one of us have to, we're only responsible for ourselves. But I want to know. And it ain't got a damn thing to do with gossip. It doesn't have anything to do with being a busybody. We have the right to know. And we have the right to know, or we have the right then to choose if we want to vote for you again. Because I don't want you representing me. I don't. I'm not a cheater. And I don't live above my means. And I don't want to I don't want to vote for them to then go and use that opportunity to get rich. And if you can't do what's right when nobody's looking in that aspect, how do we know that you're doing what's right when nobody's looking when it comes to money? If you can't keep your zipper up and keep it in your pants when you're a preacher, we're supposed to believe that you wouldn't steal money or that you wouldn't do something unethical. Come on, man. That goes for any of them. I'm not even pushing that towards our magistrate friend. That goes for all of them.
Don't have any FEMA confirmation of buyout yet, but there are several states that are suing the federal government for that hazard mitigation money, so we may see more of that money drop loose. So there's hazard mitigation is now not guaranteed for disaster. But over 20 states have sued to try to get that.
Do you notice that nobody even stopped and said, whoa, wait a minute. Hey, Mr. Community Member, what did you say? Did you say that somebody told you to lie to get your money? Who told you to lie? What did they say? Nobody stops and questions and follows up with questions. Ever. City council meeting, same way. Let's ask them a question and we'll let them answer, and then we won't ask any follow-up questions. We'll just take their answer, no questions asked, and just move ahead, move on to something else.
So right now we're proceeding with the money that we've been told about, but nothing is guaranteed.
Okay.
We did find out that Letcher was one of the few counties that was approved by NRCS to have a smaller local share, and we will be pursuing other grants for that local share. So originally it started out with 25% federal share, local share, and now it's a 10% local share.
That's good news too.
Okay, other than that,
Laura, would you make a note to have Brendan or Jed check on? We awarded a project a couple months ago on Coma Drive, and it is for possible, I think the culvert may need to be changed out, but it's for, I think it's just to clean it out or whatever, but it's on Coma Drive, and it's not been completed yet.
do you happen to know which disaster?
22. And I don't know who we awarded that to.
Thanks, Laura.
Thank you.
Item 3, update from Brad. Is Ms. Lisa here? Yeah.
Handed out our monthly update. The one thing I do want to point out is Clinton Dion received $5.7 million from the CDPGDR to replace more storage tanks. So that's a big thing for Letcher County.
It is.
Other than that, if y'all have any questions, comments, concerns,
Any more on Conlon River?
we're getting closer, I will say that,
Okay,
but,
nothing recent.
right.
What about Log Hollow?
Logging Hollow, we split those two projects in half.
Mhm.
You're working on the environmental for the one, and the other one should be moving pretty quickly here.
Okay,
So it's,
it's moving.
I know there's been a lot of concerns for that project as well.
Thank you.
And they've been some issues with the engineers.
Yeah,
They, like everybody else, they're overworked.
Yeah.
Kind of holds the projects up.
and, if y'all need anything, just let us know.
Thanks, Lisa. Item 4, the jail commissary report. Mr. Brian Sloan. Welcome, Brian.
Hey, everybody,
We're good.
this is the monthly report, I have the annual report too. As of 6/1/25.
Now, this is the jailer. This is Bert Sloan's brother. And I guess he was pretty much handpicked. So when Bert resigned, they at first it was Mickey Steins. When Bert resigned, Mickey was responsible for the jail for like the next 2 weeks. And of course, Bert hired his brother here, Brian, so he got to work under his brother. And, nothing like real nepotism. And there's always affairs going on down there in the jail. I mean, left and right. It seems like we hear stories all the time about all the flip-flopping and sharing and trading and all the sexual partners that go on down there around the courthouse. I'm so glad none of them ever hired me. I'm so glad. Praise God. Thank you, Jesus, for unanswered prayers. Sometimes we just can't understand why God isn't answering the prayers that we ask for, I never in a million years would have dreamed why God was keeping those doors closed. I would have never, ever knew that that's what God was protecting me from. Never. I would have never dreamed that. So if you ever have a flat tire, or if you're praying for something and you're asking for God to move and he doesn't answer the way that you want him to answer, just know that he might be protecting you from something that we just can't even imagine. The kind of evil that only demons can muster up.
At $59,811.56 commissary. Deposits of $17,981.14.
That's right.
Positive HB 556, which is the program, $2,340. Total up to $20,321.14. Making a grand total of $80,132.70. Expenditures that went out, inventory of $8,611.68. $1,878.25 for the med tech. Entertainment expense, $255.72. Inmate state payroll, which is the work release, paying their salary, $3,646.02.
half pay on run commissary, $722.10, half pay on the doctor appointment, or pay half the salary, $1,472.54. Then the fees and co-pay, $358.15, with the grand total of expenditures at $19,944.42, leaving a remainder of $60,188.28. That's the number. Let's go to the fiscal year.
You know what else it says in the Bible when it comes to this kind of stuff? It says that we're supposed to go in front of our church and confess. We're supposed to go and confess our sins. Now, I'm not going in front of my church and saying, I had an affair. Please forgive me. Now, maybe if I was a pastor or a preacher, I would. If I was, let me take it back. Let me take it back. I was a member of my church. I was a voting member. I signed the membership. If I was, say, the treasurer, if I held a place in my church, if I was a Sunday school teacher and I was responsible for teaching our children in our church, if I held a position like that, if I was a very active member of my church like we were, twice on Sunday and Wednesday night Bible study, we never missed a service. If I was back in that dedicated of and I had a church to go to and stuff, you better believe I'd go in front of my church and I'd confess it, because I would feel like I owed that to them. You get so close with the people that you go to church with that it becomes a family. And if you all are there all the time, like everybody is as dedicated to coming at, all the time, you really get close. And so, yeah, I see why our Bible says that we're supposed to confess our sins one to another. Yeah, I do. But I ask God to forgive me every day. That doesn't mean that I'm any better than anybody else. That just means I want to make it to heaven. I want to go to heaven. I don't want to die in my sin. I fall short every day. Every single day. But I ask God to forgive me. And that's what we're supposed to do, is to ask God for forgiveness. Now, if you don't want to go in front of your church, you don't have to. You don't have to. Even if you're a pastor or a preacher, if you don't want to go in front of your church and tell what you did, you don't have to. There ain't no law says we have to. But we were talking about preachers. They're held to a higher standard. Just like a policeman, a judge, a lawyer, they're held to a higher standard. If we catch a policeman stealing, he don't get a second chance. They don't slap his hand. They don't slap him on the wrist and say, "Oh, well, we're going to throw out this theft charge. And since you're our policeman, catch them stealing out of the evidence room." They don't get a second chance. They're held to a higher standard. Just like Ben Fields. Ben should not have subjected these women to the coercion that he did. It doesn't matter. Even if a woman had come up to him and had flirted with him and propositioned him, he is the one who was trusted with that position not to sleep with the inmates. How about not sleeping with your coworker, your married coworker first? You think that the jailer knew he was banging his married coworker? I bet he did. I bet everybody in that courthouse knew. And I bet they knew before they ever did it the first time. I bet everybody around them watched the romance, the budding romance downstairs in the jail. And it was the talk of the town. But nobody said a word. Nobody lost their job. Everybody thought it was good. It was funny. That's funny. Ha 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 ha. Was it also so funny when he was sleeping with these poor women? When he was pretending to care about them and pretending to be their friend? Pretending the whole time? Setting them up for failure, setting them up to go to jail. And here we go. You think this guy, Brian, do you think Brian ever came out with a statement? Do you think his brother Bert came out with a statement? No, his brother Bert made Ben a trustee and said he was an honest, trustworthy guy. He was a good guy. That's what Mickey said. He was dependable. He was reliable. Ah, he's reliable, huh? He's dependable. He'd come to work. Nice. Nice. And he worked in the jail 10 years. The whole 10 years he was downstairs bringing inmates up and down to Judge Mullins's court while Mickey was bailiff for 10 years. So you had Ben, you had Mickey, and you had Judge Mullins, all three working together for 10 years before Mickey ever ran for sheriff. Ben's sister has been over drug court in Judge Kraft's courtroom for years and years and years and years and years. So many of them upstairs in Judge Kraft's drug court knew about Ben, knew about Sabrina before the civil lawsuit was ever filed. It was old news upstairs in drug court, allegedly. Oh, guys, I know so much that I haven't been able to say yet, and it's just burning a hole in my pocket.
Starting off 7/1/2024, we got $42,516 in commissary. Deposits of $294,724.32. A total of $294,724.32. With a grand total, of $337,241.43.
Now, every time they read all of this stuff, so you got over $200,000 in the fund. See, they go through these numbers, but they don't say what they are. You know, they kind of just I hope you don't see or hope you don't hear.
The expenditures, the inventory was $160,000. $160,003.66. I paid out a commissary to MedTech, $10,136.99. The entertainment expense, $1,495.32. Inmate state payroll, $29,489.60. The half pay of commissary, $12,390.54. The half pay of doctor appointments, $27,045.94. And the fees and co-pays, $36,491.20. With a grand total of $277,053.15. leave the remainder as of 6/30/2025 of $60,198.28.
Thank you on that, Brian.
Brian. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thanks. Before we do number,
Why haven't they ever revisited the stove and the jail fixing their own meals? You know, we've got enough land and they have enough work release that they could work their own garden. They had the women out. You know, they don't never do a women's work release program, but they brought them out a couple times that I know of over the years, but it never lasted. They would do it a few times and get out there and take pictures. Oh, look what we're doing. Our work release program is, you know, they take them to the farmer's market and they would take them up, probably up Cane Kitchen. You know, the men get to go out and they cut weeds and they do a lot of work that you would think the county would be doing. I personally have a lot of questions on how they use their work release. I've been told by a former jail employee that they were the whole group men's work release program was taken, and they went to somebody's house one time and like moved a bunch of furniture for somebody's girlfriend. You know, like they use them as favors. So like if somebody in the community needs some work done, and well, what if they paid somebody to get this work done and they used the work release people to do it? I've got a lot of questions on the kind of things that they've done with the work release people, but who cares? Do you think anybody really cares? Nobody gives a damn, regardless of whether it's like not right or might even be illegal. You think anybody cares?
6 there. Let's move up to number 15, discussing the internet at Fish Pond. Harry's got another appointment he's got to make. He's going to present that for us. Yeah.
Good morning. It's great to be here this morning. I first started thinking about this right after I took the job with you all. I was asked by a member of the tourism committee to look at this, and basically it's a two-phase project at Fish Pond. Judge and I have been meeting with Eastern Telephone, and with the success that we've been having at the transfer station with Starlink, we're wanting to roll out a two-phase project at Fish Pond. The first of that would be phase 1 at the picnic area and the caretakers residence, which would also take in the dam site and the other side of Fish Pond with Wi-Fi service on that in phase 1. We got to looking at the cost, the monthly cost, the recurring cost is about $150 for the project that we're looking at. That gives us telephone and internet service at the residence, plus it gives us Wi-Fi coverage at the dam site and across the dam on the other side. So we're paying $140.24 right now a month just for the caretaker to have telephone and internet service. So I find that a moot point as far as going forward.
So we have a place that's called Fish Pond, and it's a big lake up on the top of a mountain, like in Payne Gap down the road, between Jenkins and Whitesburg, closer to Jenkins. But it's called Fish Pond Lake, and it's a big lake, and it's a tourist place. They have a little trailer up there for a caretaker, and the caretaker stays in that trailer. So that's what he's talking about, their internet and their phone and stuff. So that's pretty cool that they would supply that. I'd say that's a really good gig. I know the grandsons of the current caretaker, they're on my own kids' ball team, so we know them really, really well. I don't know the caretaker, but I know his family. And great people, great. You just don't get no better than them, than his family. So he must be a pretty cool dude too. So I think they got him a good caretaker. But that's what they're talking about. That's a huge tourist attraction that they've been trying for several years to build up. And they've had, they've put in some campground, or well, it was a campground, but they've put in some camping places. Before it was just pretty much bare. You didn't really have much, maybe some picnic tables, and used to you didn't even have a working bathroom, but now they've got the bathrooms working and stuff. So, and they've got the different camping things, areas. So it's a really, really nice local place. My kids go one of my kids goes fishing up there all the time. They have like every once in a while they'll have a promotional event or something, like where people bring their kayaks and they'll go kayaking up there. It's where people do like a lot of weddings and birthday parties, and so it's a really, really active place. It's worth putting the money in and the attention, giving the attention to. But, you know, as with anything, anytime there's money involved, you got to have your eyes open. You know, if you ain't looking and you ain't got your eyeball open, how do you know what's really going on? I don't trust nobody. I don't trust none of them. And we've seen so much crap. I mean, how are we supposed to? You would think that they would avoid the appearance of impropriety. I know that that's usually directed more in a courtroom, like a judge, lawyers, stuff like that. But I apply that to all people who are in positions of authority or who are elected to an office. You know, avoid the appearance of impropriety. Even if you are not doing something that's bad, if it looks like you are, don't do it. Or you might owe everybody an explanation. Like, I think that they all owe us an explanation. Somebody does. Somebody owes us an explanation for why they gave Ben Fields' wife, Angie, a promotion. Somebody owes us that explanation of why she's working with Matt Butler, why she works for the prosecutor's office after what her and her husband were involved in. Oh, yeah, well, she was the one that was taking all of the payments. Why is she not named in that civil lawsuit? Why is Judge Mullins not named in that civil lawsuit? It's his chambers. He's the one who created the environment, the hangout environment. Looked like more of a party pad than a courthouse, than a judge's chambers. Smoking room, shoot. We got brother-in-laws in there with their campaign posters. We got Ben's wife sitting in there having her a great time. We got the Goodwill lady who's supposed to be running the jail reentry program, but it looked more to me like she was getting in the circle. They were going to lunch and they were meeting with the preacher man and bringing in his new preacher buddy. Oh, getting all that funding. We just want that money, baby. We just want that money. Let me be a preacher and go show everybody my Rolex. Go pulling up in a Chrysler 300 that's so blue it stands out like a sore thumb. Let me go flash on all my clothes, put on my good duds, put my hat on sideways, 'cause I'm cool like that. I'll go get in the pulpit and start preaching.
With the recurring costs. The cost of the project there, total project cost is $7,927 for this phase one. It's the installation of a pole mounted Starlink internet unit, public Wi-Fi distribution unit at dam and caretaker's residence. Power connection, we just pull off of the structure there, the picnic structure. So that would not be an additional cost as far as electricity on that particular one. I've given you some benefits of having Wi-Fi up there. The major thing that I heard from the public is if I take my cell phone up there, I may or may not have service up there. With most of our phones now having Wi-Fi calling, all they have to do is have that enabled on their telephone, and now they can not only call, but they can surf the web. Looking at activities that go on up there with family get-togethers, with the fishing thing when we do the Globe nights fishing thing, and some other things that we could develop up there if we had, you could have a food truck day up there. Now, when you have connectivity and they can connect their credit card readers and all that, then you can have expanded use of a fish pond at the dam site. And when you step on to the second phase, it's looking at also lighting up the RV area, which also covers a good part of not only that side of the lake there at the RV area, but also that Wi-Fi distributor that we're going to use here will catch the other side of the lake. So that's going to cover you with a good part of the lake with Wi-Fi service.
I had a friend call. She works from home. She camps a lot. She thought about coming up here, and she just asked me this week if we had Wi-Fi. So it will cover the camping.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Phase 2 will be campground Wi-Fi.
You would think they would have done that a long freaking time ago. Like, that's just negligent. Like the same thing whenever I started my show and we were being real critical of all these people, they never would put the meetings anywhere that anybody could watch them. If you didn't pay for Intermountain cable and you didn't have cable through them to where you had the government channel, you couldn't watch any of this crap. You had to have the government channel, and it only came around like it was in like a whatever you call it, where it would only circle around every so often. They didn't have any kind of anchors or anything. You just have this little fella that goes around and videos all this stuff, and he uses his own equipment. The county never give him any money for equipment or anything like that. And they didn't even have a YouTube channel. Like, there was nowhere for any of us to go watch these meetings. And they changed the meeting time instead of it being in the evening when people could attend, after work, they changed the meeting time to like 10 o'clock in the morning on a weekday. So nobody can go, nobody goes at that time. It just doesn't make any sense. You'd think that they would do it. They would set this stuff at a time so the public can, like, we're the ones that you guys are representing. You represent us. Our votes put you in there. You're not entitled to that position. You're not entitled to that money. Just because you've been there doesn't mean that you're entitled to be there next year or the next election. If somebody beats you out, bye-bye. You're going to have to get another job. $25,000 for a magistrate's not a lot, so you would need another job too. But if you had a regular job plus that $25,000, you got a good income, man. You got a dang good living, and you could just work at the gas station and still have a good living. Now, Judge Executive there, oh, he makes the jack. He makes $100,000 a year, like Mickey, $115,000 a year. You think these people aren't very, very protective and territorial of these positions? If you put your name in the hat, they take it personal. They get offended. How dare you come for my income? This is how I feed my kids. Now, they may not say that. That's the attitude that you get.
It'll also catch some of those areas going up and down the lake there and across the lake. So, and then eventually,
where did all those millions of dollars go that were set for the Daniel Boone Hotel restoration? The hotel, that building next to Vance's barbershop that's right next to the courthouse. They have continuously given and put it in the newspaper that Whitesburg has gotten this $1.5 million for the restoration project. There was several years ago, they got several more million. There were several years before that, they got millions for that. That building has not been touched. It's sitting there in the exact same shape it was when the roof fell in. Where are all these millions of dollars going for these grant projects? The town of Neon has had so many $1 million grants for their water lines and just the water treatment plant and all that. Where is all that? Mommy didn't have water like a month last year because the entire town ran out of water. Like, how does that even happen? How does your entire town run out of water? Well, ours did. Neon did. And it's still, the water is a nightmare. It's a nightmare because you don't never put people in charge that know what the hell they're doing. They'll hire people. So when they come in, they don't really know much. And so they have to learn on the job training. But get them jobs, man, and they turn into the freaking Gestapo. That chest goes out and that nose goes up in the air, and there's somebody now. Get a job for the city, doesn't matter which city. Jenkins, Neon, Whitesburg. They get accepted by that crowd. They better not. They better get out of the rain or they'll drown.
The trailhead of the head of the hollow there, where the old tennis courts and all that was, when we get electricity up there for those projects, then we could place another one of these, and then the entire route of Fish Pond would be covered with Wi-Fi. It makes it a more attractive place to campers, especially in the RV, because there are people that want to work and camp. Now they can work from home, they can do customer service, they can be doing medical work there at the camp, and they'll be able to do that now. I just think it increases the value of that park and can. So if you're adding to this the utilities that the people are purchasing when they rent a campsite, now you can take that rate that you're charging and up it, and it'll help meet the cost of the recurring costs of the internet service. And with Starlink, if we're in our winter months, you can throttle that service. You should be able to throttle that service and not provide it, but I've never found a time that there's not people at Fish Pond.
Well, folks go up there and walk and jog, and that'll give them more, a safer feeling that they have.
That's what I was going for, was the safety aspect of it. Is that if you're running around the backside of that lake, you have no coverage. And if something goes wrong, if you're blowing Achilles or animal attack or whatever, God forbid, you would not be able to call out from that. So with Wi-Fi calling and the Wi-Fi service at Fish Pond, I think it's a win-win for that lake. So we're looking at, for phase one, 79.27, and for phase two, it's 84.7.
Was that the only one that provides that service, this Eastern Telephone?
Yes, locally.
Hopefully.
That seems high.
So what the telephone will do is and ultimately we will be using Starlink, but they will come up and install whatever needs to be.
Yes. Just like we're doing at the transfer station. The transfer station is Starlink powered. Their telephones, their computer, everything comes off that Starlink up there.
Gotcha. And that initial cost, the 7,900 and the 84, that's installing the poles and the equipment and everything. And the recurring cost is the
$1,800 a year is for the actual service.
When that first started, that Starlink, I know an individual that paid a few thousand to get
It's
his
400 right now.
Are they?
400.
And he started out at 4,000, I think, when it first came in.
You can go right now and sign up, and they'll set you up for $400 and you're ready to go.
But you've got to also consider on the other side of that $400 that we're also going to have to put a broadcasting system.
Yeah, it's the
on
equipment.
the other side of that to broadcast that out of that lake. And you're going to take some pretty heavy hitting broadcast equipment to get coverage across the lake.
Yeah, it's just not the
So
service.
it's just not the
It's
Starlink
the transmitters.
connection. We're looking at that equipment on the back side of that connection in order for people in the public to cross the dam side and on the other side of the lake to use at both these sites.
And that's the pole, and
So that's why the pole is.
yeah, that's why the pole, it's not the Starlink connection, it is the transmitter. I guess, is that the word, transmitter?
Transmitter and antennas.
To get that signal broadcasted out.
Judge Adams, since the Fish Pond is a part of tourism, can tourism absorb some of the cost of having it installed?
They don't have the extra funding on that.
We camp a lot and we use the internet a lot, like most people, but it really.
Well, I think that was a pretty good question from our Miss Magistrate there. And Judge just kind of shot it down without even a conversation with tourism. Why couldn't that be something that the tourism people could absorb? That's a lot of money. There's a whole lot of money over there in that tourism stuff. That seems awful fishy to me right there. He shut her down awful fast on that. I think I would be reaching out to the tourism people myself, seeing if we couldn't set up a meeting. Why couldn't they set up a meeting and the fiscal court and the tourism people sit down and see how they could work together to share that cost? That's what I thought you were supposed to do, is find those kinds of partnerships and those kinds of solutions.
It's a good benefit. I'm hearing good things about our campground anyway. A lot of people are using it. They said it was full on Labor Day. Yeah.
It's just another piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
It provides for service in that campground and for the lake in general.
It'll definitely help your campground.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
I ran for his job, judge executive, but I knew I wasn't going to win. Judge Wright had just retired from the Supreme Court, and he came back to Whitesburg and decided he was going to run for judge executive, even though it has nothing to do with a criminal court. And he had worked in a criminal court all his life. So I figured he was just wanting to have that cushy $100,000 a year, job on top of his retirement. And I knew as soon as I saw that he was running, I knew I wasn't going to win. So I didn't even campaign because I knew I wasn't going to win. And I was right. There was like 3 or 4 of us besides him that were on our primary, and he won it hands down. He got like 1,200 votes, and the rest of us all got like 200 or 300 votes apiece. But we were all pretty even, except for him. But then he went up against Terry here, and Terry pulled it out. I don't know how he pulled it out, but he did. There were a lot of people that did not want him again. They were very vocal. I didn't think there was any way in hell he'd win it again, but he did. He did. So I think the people chose the least of two evils. So you had Judge Wright, who I think was going to go in with Judge Mullins, Judge Kraft. You would have had Mickey. You would have had, I think he was coming in to kind of shore up the fiscal court and the county's money. And I think they were all kind of working together to get who they wanted in these positions, just like they hired or they appointed the sheriff, Billy Jones. They appointed him for a reason. Now, I don't know what the reason is. Seems like a nice enough guy, but they wanted him for a reason.
Do y'all wish to proceed with both phases?
I'll make a motion that we proceed with both phases of the internet infrastructure at Peace Pond Road.
I will second it, because I felt like from the time that the park was built up there, the campground park, that internet should have come on when it was built at that time.
Yeah.
I think that just attracts more.
And stepping back, connect, that supplies the quarters there. If you could get them to build it, it would be way above the cost that we have now to get them to build an internet route around that lake. I don't think you want to try it.
Yeah, we've looked at it in all the possibilities.
Yes.
This is by far the best.
Like I say, I
And
know
on them areas you're talking about, those folks up there in that area inside I went to this.
Yeah.
Company is starting to build over there, and they are working over on that, but most of these folks just went to this right here and they love it.
yes, sir.
That's right. Scott, thank you.
Call roll.
Chad,
Yes.
Jack,
Yes.
Kenny,
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Sujata.
Yes.
Well, I got a question, would like to cover the Boy Scout camp too.
Looking at the map, it should, because it's right off the RV, side there, so I think it should. If not, it puts them in steps of coverage instead of no coverage at all.
Thanks, Harry.
Thank you.
Item 6, discuss the Artie Boggs school deed. Want to talk to it?
Yeah, I got this paperwork from Darrell Hall, the Board of Education attorney. Anything back in that?
There's Jamie Hatton, y'all. There's our county attorney, Jamie Hatton. His brother is Dr. Hatton. At least I don't know. I've been told he was their brother, and I've been told he was their cousin. So I don't know. He's one or the other. But Dr. Hatton, who works at MCHC, is related. They're all related. They're all related.
1999, the school board dated the camp.
This is the one that wouldn't look me in the eye the other night, you guys, when we was watching the video of me interviewing them at the at that rally, that addiction rally. That's him. That's the one that wouldn't look at me.
A piece of property over adjacent to Artie Boggs School, and I think it was all tied up in some kind of like financing thing that they use in the lease and all that stuff. And Darrell was explaining kind of the term is up now on that, and so part of the original deal was that once the whole deal was done, the county would give the school board back that property adjacent to Artie Boggs. So he sent me a deed basically from us to the Letcher County Board of Education for that piece of property that they gave us in 1989.
Okay, so Artie Boggs Elementary is that grade school that about a month ago we did the show on because they decided to close it, and the community was just outraged and devastated and so disappointed, but you know, they closed it anyway. That's Artie Boggs. Well, there have been lots of people that have been very upset about them closing it, and they've been concerned on what they're going to do with the school now and what they're going to do with the property and this and that. And we have heard that there is a, I don't know if it's a church. I don't know if it's a nonprofit. I don't know what it is, but it's not from here. It's an organization that's like from the city somewhere, and they've come into this area. I think they're more over at Cumberland, Harlan County way. And I've heard that they're the ones that are going to be taking over that property somehow. I'm not really too informed on it, so take that with a grain of salt. I'm not, I don't have the details on this yet, but we're keeping our ears open. So if anybody knows or hears anything about it, let us know.
And I believe the way that some financing on the project, it had to be in the county's name, I think. There was another one of the schools that was like that we had to do.
So is that where the school's actually at? Is that
The decal, because one of the common boundaries is the current Board of Education property across
Okay.
the school. So I didn't use ones right up to the school.
Yeah. Okay.
They can let the Tennels go up there and move in. Would they let the Tennels put their junkyard over there on that property? What about that, county attorney? Huh? Will you let the Tennels bring their junkyard over there? Would y'all throw a fit? Or would you let him do it? I'll bring his stuff.
Just need a motion to deed that back to the school district.
I'm under the understanding they got a lawsuit and injunction filing at school right now.
I think they do.
About closing it.
Yeah. Does that affect that?
It's don't affect that at all. A motion to deed that property back to the school.
Stop.
I'm just confused. Why, if the school is gonna close, why are we deeding property back to the school?
It just so happened that it came up at this time. Is that the reason?
I think it was kind of the original deal, was they get back at the end of the deal, and the deal they at the end, once we kind of get back. I don't think we know beyond it over that, you know what I mean? Or use it in any manner or fashion or anything.
So it sounds to me like the school they had to change their, put their property into the county's name to be part of the school system is what that sounded like to me. But now that it's over, that they're shutting the school down and they're not going to be part of that school system no more, you don't get to keep the property, Miss Magistrate. I don't think that's how that works. So now you have to give that property back to them. That's what that sounds like to me. Right? That's what it sounded like to me.
That's where it's at. What of it could be.
That, from the previous school, again, I can't remember which one it is, to get the finance and to do a project, that property had to be in the county's name. And this, this dates back to what, 89, Jamie? So for them to do their project, that's just the way the deeds had to been done. And from down there, the project's done, finished and paid for, it's just us deeding that property back to them. Is that?
Well, and if we want a better explanation for them, we can certainly.
We can do that.
If you wrote on it or not, you just sent it up a couple of weeks ago, so.
We can put it on hold and have somebody come in and explain it all to us. Come on.
I make a motion to table it until someone can come in and explain.
Why would you care to give Arley Boggs their property back? Like, why would you be throwing a fit about that? That doesn't make any sense.
Cobra in.
Dan,
Yes.
Chad,
Yes.
Jack,
Yes.
Kenny,
Yes.
Judge Adams.
Yeah.
Take it to the county. Here.
Move on to item number 7. Approve resolution of the City of Neon allowing utilities.
Oh,
And basically what that is the City of Neon's got maybe some water lines and some drain lines that are on our county roads. That gives them the ability to work on their infrastructure on our roads. I think that's up in Goose Creek, and there's a few of them there that's got drain lines on them and some water lines. It's just a formal document giving them the authority to work on our roads. You know, read that, Jamie?
I'm surprised that Kenny Henderson ain't said a word. He's been quiet as a mouse all night.
They can take you here, now therefore, the resolved by the Fiscal Board of Letcher County, Letcher County hereby approves and authorizes use of the sewer restoration project along or under the right of way, starting County Road, identified as Tom Diggs Road, Little Diggs Road, and Dusty Road, and Letcher
Call roll, Angie.
Kenny,
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Teddy,
Yes.
Jack,
Yes.
Judge Adams.
Yes. Item 8, approve airport board resolution. You got that, Jamie?
In summary, now therefore be resolved by the county of Letcher as follows. There has been established an airport board, known as Letcher County Airport Board. Notification prescribed by law relating to such an airport board.
You can't understand nothing that he ever says. He acts like he's so much better than everybody else. He is not a friendly person. He's not a nice person. He's rude. He's dismissive. I don't have no respect for that man whatsoever. I can't hardly stand to even listen to his voice. Sorry. So we'll let him.
And that is just clarifying the position of the airport board and the fiscal court for purposes of the FAA and moving forward with building that airport.
Technically, no, Steve, there had been a change to the composition of the board.
I'll make a motion on the resolution.
Get a second.
Call roll, Angie.
Jack,
Yes.
Kenny,
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Teddy,
Yes.
Judge Adams.
Yes. Item 9, approve advertisement for the Battle of the Leatherwood program.
Which one do we use?
I think we do a half a page usually. It companies, tourism makes up a full page with tourism.
I make a motion, we'll go ahead and do this, an advertisement for the
And a half a page would be
I plead the
$2.50
blood of Jesus.
in
half
color.
a page color.
Yep.
Okay, half a page color, Battle of Leatherwood.
Jesus came to save the sinners. And honey, I am the chief of sinners. That's how I feel. I'm the chief sinner, baby. I messed up. I've done such horrible things. The Bible says that they ain't none of us good. No, not one. Not one of us is good. So those of us that sit over here and think that we're so great, and we're so much better than everybody else, got another thing coming. You put your underwear and your pants on one leg at a time, the same way we all do. You poop in a potty the same way, and you wipe your nasty butt, and your poop stinks. It does. So whoever you are needed to hear that. You ain't all that.
Awesome.
Yeah, I went down that year, we got to put on that last year. It was in there.
Interested in that. Call roll, Angie.
Jack,
Yes.
Kenny,
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Teddy,
Yes.
Judge Adams.
Yes. Item 10, approve the pay rates. Just everybody under the county heading there. For a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve the pay rate.
Call the roll, Angie.
Teddy,
Yes.
Jack,
Yes.
Kenny, Deb,
Yes.
Judge Adams.
Yes. Item 11, approve statewide mutual aid agreement. The state has come up with this mutual aid agreement that kind of allows different counties in the event of emergency to go and offer assistance and be covered
Get up.
with insurance and therefore. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Be it resolved by the Letcher County Fiscal Court of Letcher County, Kentucky, that the statewide emergency management mutual aid and assistance agreement is hereby approved and adopted, and that Terry Adams, the Letcher County Judge, executive, is hereby authorized to execute the agreement and to request, offer, or otherwise provide aid and assistance under the terms of the agreement for and on behalf of Letcher County, Kentucky, a public entity established under law of the Commonwealth of Kentucky for the purpose of entering into agreement and thereby becoming a party to the emergency management.
The need is there, and it just clarifies if a county comes into Letcher County and helps us, that they're covered under their liability and their insurance. And the same is if we go and help another county, it gives us assurance if something goes wrong that we're covered insurance wise. Call the roll, Angie.
Dan,
Yes.
Chad,
Yes.
Jack,
Yes.
Kenny,
Yes.
Judge Adams.
Yes. Item 12, reapprove board members for the Letcher County Water Board. Miss Diane Adams, Fred Webb, and Sam Oakes. Their tenure is up and they would need to be reapproved.
How much motion on the reapprove them board?
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. So did anybody know Terry Adams's sister, Bridget Adams? So there's a whole bunch, and I am told that they're all related. Like Terry Adams and all of his bunch is related and cousins with like the Breedings. And I think that they're also related to the Hattons. I'm not sure. I might have that one wrong. I'm not sure who they're related to, but they're related somehow. Somebody's related somewhere. But Judge Adams's sister passed away not long ago, and there was a lot surrounding that situation that I've not went into yet. I have not even mentioned yet until right now. There's a lot there, a lot. So I just wanted to see who all out there knew Miss Bridget Adams, Terry Adams' sister. If you did, let us know. Let me know.
I'll second it.
They do a great job for the water board. Colin.
Kenny,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
Chad,
Yes.
Jack,
Yes.
Judge Adams.
Yes. Item 13, approve the new hires.
New hires.
Got Jacob Adams, sanitation. Angelina Acevedo. Acevedo. Rec Center, Keystone Eldridge Road. Derek Collins, sanitation, and David Hampton in the jail.
David Hampton
The motion on those.
got hired at the jail.
I'll second.
Call the roll.
Jack,
Yes.
Kenny,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes.
Chad,
Yes.
Judge Adams.
Yes. Item 14, approve resolution between.
Do you think that, see, make sure I'm not muted. Do you think that anybody from the fiscal court went down to the jail while Ben was there and made sure that everything was the way that it's supposed to be? So it's the fiscal court's job and responsibility to do walkthroughs on the jail. it's their job to make sure that the jailer is doing his job. Do you think I wonder how many times anybody from our fiscal court went down to the jail? How many times you think they've done a walkthrough and recommended any kind of repairs or, maybe something? So one girl, one of Ben's victims, one of the victims that I have spoken to, said that the conditions at the jail were unbelievable, which I was down there. I know that I was only there one night in 2018, and it was unfathomable, the conditions then. And this girl told me that she had gotten a yeast infection down there at the jail, that it was just so bad. The conditions were so bad. And she said that she kept asking to go to the doctor. She needed to see a doctor, and she was refused. She said finally Bert Sloan, the new jailer's brother, the original Sloan jailer, he comes into their cell, and the girl said, I dropped my pants to my ankles to show him how bad her yeast infection was. He could no longer deny her with it slapped right dead in his face. He finally took her to the doctor. And you know what? A nurse at the hospital stuck a lawyer's phone number in her hand. Nurses don't do that. Nurses don't put a lawyer's phone number in an inmate's hand to call them about the conditions of the jail and the treatment that they get. So, good deal, Bert Sloan. Good job, man. Good job. But did it really take her having to drop her pants to her ankles in front of you for you to take her to the hospital? Yeah. Yeah. So why isn't our fiscal court, overseeing stuff like that? Why haven't they came out and given any kind of statement over Ben Fields? Is it because Angie's still working in the courthouse and they don't want to embarrass her, or they don't want to betray her? Is that why? I don't know why. You tell me, because I don't know. I'm still waiting to hear from one of you. I think the whole community's still waiting to hear from one of you. But they're all a bunch of men. How many women you see there? Well, you see one woman on the magistrate, woman magistrate, and I guarantee you her husband is sitting in there somewhere, and I can't stand him. I won't vote for her because of who she's married to. Ever. Ever. He's just as bad as the rest of them. He used to be a social worker. I think he retired from being a social worker. Yeah, he was a really great social worker. Yeah, man. He sure was. He's disgusting, is what he is, in my opinion.
Letcher County Fiscal Court and the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Go ahead, Jamie.
This is a resolution adopting and approving the execution of a memorandum of agreement between the Letcher County Fiscal Court and the Commonwealth.
All of these people should pay attention to who they are stepping on their way up that ladder. They're going up that ladder, buddy, and they don't care who they're just stomping on the way up. It's not as easy on the way down. You have to pass all of us that you stepped on going up, you got to pass us on your way back down.
Haitian County Department of Highways in the amount of $67,000 for the county priority projects program during the drive and city grants. Be resolved by the fiscal court. Fiscal court has hereby ratified and adopt all statements, representations, warranties, covenants, and agreements contained in said agreement. Does hereby accept the funds provided in said agreement. By such acceptance, the rest of the terms and conditions therein stated, and the judge executive of the county hereby authorizes and directs to sign said agreement and set forth on behalf of the fiscal court of Letcher County and the fiscal court clerk of Letcher County hereby authorized and directed to certify.
Well, she's running for, this female magistrate is running for judge executive. I saw she had put out her campaign. So she wants that $100,000 income. I don't blame her. I want it too. I want to get, what is that? 100 grand, and it might even be more than that. Because Mickey's was 115. So a judge executive, I'd say, is right around there too. But we'll just say 100, just around it, and 12 months. So that's almost $10,000 a month. That's almost $10,000 a month that he makes. She wants it too. Oh yeah. So you're gonna get out there and you're gonna try your damnedest to win. Just, I mean, it's like a lottery. So if you've got two people in a rural area like this, you've only got two people, and it's between you and this other person. One of you is gonna win 100 grand. One of you is. It's a popularity contest. You don't have to know a damn thing about it. You don't have to know nothing about nothing, and you can run and win and get 100 grand every year, and be job secure for 4 years. Yeah, I want it too, man.
We have a motion on that agreement with Commonwealth.
I did. I ran for his job a lot.
Jack,
Yes.
Cannon,
Yes.
Dan, yes, Teddy,
Yes.
Jeff.
Yes. Item 15, we've already done. Item 16, the treasurer's report.
This is treasurer's report.
She gave her the lawyer's phone number because of the conditions of the jail, and her yeast infection was that bad. Like, she needed medical attention. It was an emergency. She needed it before she got it, like days before. She should have been taken to a hospital. She should have been taken to a doctor. She should have been able to get medical treatment. Could you imagine, you women out there, could you imagine having the worst yeast infection you've ever had in your life and be stuck in a filthy jail that you can't take a bath, you can't take a shower until they let you, which down there I've heard is like every 3 days or something, sometimes longer than that. It might be once a week, depending on how full they are and how short-staffed they are. I couldn't imagine. I could not imagine how she suffered. You know, and it's not cool. It's not cool. You stick one of these men down in one of them cells with I don't know what would equal a really bad yeast infection for a man. I mean, it's not the same thing at all. It's not a disease, but let's let them have the big clap and put them in a cell, in a nasty, disgusting cell where there's no beds, there's no chairs. You get a little bitty thin mat like this, and you got to go over and sit next to the toilet. So whenever big Brian comes over there to take a big poop, your head is sitting right underneath his feet. smelling it, hearing it, because that's what it's like. It gets so full in there that there's nowhere else for you to go, and you got one toilet in one big open room with 20 people in it. Yeah, Letcher County Jail rocks.
For the month of June 2025, general fund had a beginning balance of 311, 422.42. Revenue received 419, 672.82. Dispersed 328, 022, 42. Transferred out 108,885.22. Any tax balance is
I'll just hit the mute on that. No, Ben did not have the same. It wasn't Brian, then it was Bert, his brother. Ben was given trustee status, so they turned one of the drunk tanks into his own private cell. So his door was never to be locked, and they said that none of the trustees' doors were ever locked. So they made sure that they, did all the right things for the trustees so he could be a trustee and get all those privileges. They brought him a big mattress so he didn't have to sleep on one of those thin ones. They gave him a big mattress, and they gave him a big screen TV in his drunk tank. His wife was allowed to go in there because she was like chief deputy of the jail. So she was allowed to go in there and lay down with him. I'm sure if they wanted to have smex, they could have banged all night long. They were allowed to do whatever they wanted to do. Yes, I'll tell you, baby, I'll tell you. And nobody that worked there was happy about it, from what I understand. There wasn't any of them that liked the special treatment that he got. But nobody could really say anything, because they had Judge Mullins and they had Bert Sloan. Judge Mullins was on the bench when Ben served his 6 months. And as soon as he got done with his 6 months, they gave Angie the job up in the courtroom. So Ben had to slink away quietly, but his wife got a big promotion, and she got benefits with this job. She gets medical benefits. I bet you he's on her insurance, her medical insurance. I bet you he is. I don't know for sure, but I bet he is. I'd like to know. I'd really like to know. And Mickey was up there working with her every day. And he really didn't look like he was too uncomfortable. I keep saying I don't know how anybody expected him to work with her every day and not feel something. But no, he looked very comfortable with her. I don't think Mickey had a problem with Ben. I don't. He sure didn't blow Ben away like he did the judge.
$0.53. No disbursements. Any cash balance is $18,380.19. The disaster relief fund beginning balance is $12,241.51. Revenue received.
And remember, according to the audit, our fiscal court has a fund set aside for people who were on house arrest, who did not have the money to pay for their ankle monitors. Do you think any of those women were ever There you go. Miss Anita says somebody I know, her daughter a few weeks ago was sick and she died in Lexington jail. There've been a lot of deaths in our Letcher County jail. A lot of them. Do you think that any of them have ever come out? No. 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 There've been a lot of injuries in the Letcher County jail. From what I've been finding out lately, there have been some really, really bad beatdowns that happened in the jail. I had a former jail employee tell me that he went in one day and there was always this one specific inmate. He said, I had to fight him every time he came in. He said, every single time I had to fight this guy. He said, and I went to go put him in the cell or let him out or something. And he said, we ended up getting into a fight. And he said, we fought. He said, and it took everything I had. And, you know, this was a big guy. This was a really big guy. He was like, it took everything I had. He said, we fought for like 25 minutes. He said, and that's a really, really long time to fight, right? Anybody that's ever been in a fight knows, you know, you don't fight that long. Like, you just don't. And he said that when it was finally over, he walked out and there was Bert Sloan and there was Judge Mullins in the jailer's office watching it the whole time. He said he walked out and they said something to him like, well, you finally got him. And he said, I was like, you all stood in there and watched and you didn't come help me. He said, I thought a couple times the guy was going to get the best of me. And he said there was nobody ever came to help him. And he said after it was over, he said Judge Mullins reached in his pocket and pulled out a little snub-nosed 38, I think is what he said. And he didn't like point it at him or nothing, but he pulled it out of his pocket. Because I've always heard that Judge Mullins carried, always. But said that he pulled out that little pew-pew and he said, I'm just letting you know if we ever get in a fight, I won't fight you. Just letting you know I'll not fight you. And he said, I thought awful funny about that. Like, I didn't really know what he was meaning by that. But there's you an example right there, told to me by a former jail employee. He said it felt like he said it didn't feel good. That he felt like he was left, you know, like maybe they were in there betting on who was going to win.
$51, no disbursement. Any cash balance is $12,224.02. City of Black beginning balance $53,628.17. Revenue received of $11.02. No disbursements. Any cash balance is $53,639.19. ECAS safe fund beginning balance $1,779,408.42. Revenue received $218,076. My goodness, I screwed that up. Sounded good. 200, yeah, it sounded good, didn't it? But it's wrong. $218.76. Dispersed $21,661. Any cash balance is $1,757,966.18.
Not here.
Local assistance account beginning balance $100,259.60. Revenue received $12.36. No disbursements. Any cash balance is $100,271.96. I can start doing that on all of them, and just say $10,000 if it's $100. National Opioid Fund beginning balance $466,841.26. Revenue received $57.
So they've got almost $500,000 in their fund for the opioid settlement fund. That's what she just said.
cents, dispersed $15,000, any cash balance, $451,898.92. The buyout fund beginning balance is $250,221.22. Revenue received $714,381.11. Dispersed $793,027.60. Any cash balance is $171,574.73. The grant account beginning balance $4,969,094.66. Revenue received $612.64. No disbursements, any cash balance is $4,969,707.29. The ABC account beginning balance $22,1941. Revenue received $25,2643. No disbursements, any cash balance is $47,45.84. That's the number on receipts. If y'all want to kind of follow along with this as the months go along. This was the three people, the three businesses that are set up, sell beer. This is a full month of revenue from the taxes for that. Still not much, but that kind of gives you something to go on. Next page is a recap of all the bank balances, then your sanitation, rec center, and tourism reports.
Thank you, Ms. DJ. Move on to the transfers.
We have none.
No transfers. Item 18, submit bills for payment. Make any question or reason not to pay a particular one.
I think I brought that one, JJ.
You know that.
I don't think so, I don't see it. I don't see it.
I don't have it.
Thank you.
You ain't got it either.
Because we had to split it up because it came out two different databases. 721.
Can you let Kent?
No, you should have, oh yeah, you should have two different ones.
Yep.
Do you have both of those?
I just had, Judge Evans just gave it.
That's through June 30, and then it started 7/1.
Let Kenny look over that one there too.
You don't have it? Oh, well, good, great, there you go. Do you have the employee thing?
Yes, I have it.
Okay, so who else don't have that?
I didn't have it.
Do you have it?
And Terry gave you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll put.
I just have I don't like seeing a bunch of old people on some. The future of our country is going to be our young people. Technology advances, like this fiscal court. How long did they not have a YouTube channel? Like, it took me raising hell about it for them to even do it, right? And like, that should have been like the very first thing that they did, right? And all of the audits keep saying the same things. Just because somebody's been there for 10 years doesn't mean they're the best person for the job. And sometimes, you got to make tough decisions, Bella. Sometimes you got to make hard decisions and give somebody else a chance. Let somebody else see if they could do a better job. Like, how do you ever get better if you keep the same person in there with the same problems every year? Nothing ever gets any better. Nothing ever changes. We'll just keep the same person right here. It just does not make any sense.
Edwin Beanley. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for asking. So, those that don't know me, my name's Edwin Bentley. I'm a paramedic here in the county, but I've been flying, I'm a critical care flight paramedic for 23 years now. And I do a lot of community stuff, coach the league, coach the little baseball team, and I get stopped a lot. And people ask me about EMS response tables, stuff like that. I know y'all got all kinds of stuff on the plate and all that, and I'm not here to lodge a complaint to stop it. Like, I'm here to offer assistance, like we can put together an advisory board or some kind of committee. Especially today, like all of our paperwork for our aircraft stuff, we do a flight. Every patient gets assigned that flight number, it goes into an electronic database, right? We should be able to pull anything out of that database as far as where the call originated from, right? The response from, where the truck was coming from, those type of things. That would give us an idea of what we're looking at as far as, you know, is there enough ambulances out there, or are they truly that busy? Problem we're facing with our helicopter service too, is the reimbursement rate is staying for. The services going up, the city of Winchester, the city of Louisville, both are looking right now to contract EMS out because they're losing money. So they contracted out to a private organization in turn against the businesses out there. Not casting shade or anything, that's just what they're doing. Another problem is the shortage of paramedics, EMTs, and stuff out in the state. They used to go through the fire commission back when we first started. The KCT, those folks take over. So there was a little bit of a dip there. You come to a fork in the road, right? You take all these prerequisites and you come to that fork in the road, you go to nursing school, paramedic school, right? So $35 an hour, $15 an hour. So there's a huge shortage and the reimbursement rate's horrible. And we're facing it too. These two I would have, so I managed the GP space. We would have a job opening, I would have 35 or 40 applicants. Right now we struggle to get 5 qualified because they're not there, right? So Neon, Perry Kitty, everybody around here is basically pulled from the same pool of folks. We stay busy enough to be floating other bases, or I'll float one of my guys or gals to another base that lives down that way, and I'll pick up an extra shift here. I mean, used to the fly jobs are unheard of to have an open, and I've got 2 right now, Jenkins, that one's just got hired and got another opening that we're interviewing for. There's just not people there. So long story short, I'm just here to offer. I mean, that's one of the things I do know. We fly all over this state, surrounding states. We currently cover 4 states. And I mean, I've been managing air medical bases now for a while. But I'm here to help put together that stuff, or, you know, to get a board together and, you know, get a representative from, you know, CD or wherever. But I would think with the databases that are out there, we use a company called ESO. Kentucky uses this for Kentucky Board of EMS, and most states do. So anytime we put something in, it's automatic reporting to the state to meet our requirements as far as those times. So I know that data is available. It's just a matter of getting it. I wouldn't think it would be hard. But that's all I've got. I'm happy to take any questions.
I know you was talking about the shortage of ambulances. I know that Saturday morning I followed the 911 system pretty close because I run the record service.
Yeah.
Saturday, Neon had 3 out. They had written down Letcher, took the railroad crossing and stuff out. They had to call in hurricane.
Yeah.
You know, it's long travel time.
It is.
The guy got caught in the windshield, had a pretty bad head injury. You know, ain't nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what you can do about it, but at the time.
That's the thing. I don't know how to do it. It's got to come from above us, right, on legislation.
And it's the same thing not too, you know, I've got it on my level, and Saturday morning, they done the same thing, they had everyone they had out, and calls coming in right and left.
A lot of those guys, and I'm pretty close with most of the folks over in the piping system of Blackboard. A lot of those guys are going to be my paramedic classes and stuff on my call. And they're the same, that's the busiest base that company operates in the United States, I think east of the Mississippi. And the way that they put it, they call it level 0, which means they've got 0 trucks available, right, to respond to an emergency. They probably stay on it 90% of the time. And it's, I know the public guy, right? Well, it took me 2 hours to get a board. We get a board or a committee together. Now we've got paper and say, well, they've got 5 trucks on there, they can right? At least you're transparent. I'll give you a good example of that was Chelsea. It was so bad over there that they got a stroke call or a cardiac call or a trauma call after they caught the ambulance, they turned her and just called the helicopter. And there's been multiple times we landed over there, got back in the truck, and got someone's house that's had a heart attack. One case that really stands out, and now sometimes you show up, they probably wouldn't need it, right? At that point, they tell us to go home and our company does not care. That's what they understand that part. We did arrive one time, got in the car, went up there with the guy's house, ended up having to put a breathing tube in and resuscitate, got him back. And we had to wait 10 minutes of the flight crew for them to get there. It's a no problem. So the thing that really touches, or really close to me, these crews show up right, they get off, and I get it. I don't know what the answer is, but anyway, if we put together something, I would love to help with it. Like I say, all that data should be easily pulled as far as response times, where we're coming from, how many trucks you got. These guys.
ETA, this thing should be right.
They're working.
Yeah.
So Edwin, the committee that we would like to put together is, we just have some accountability with the person, just show if they are as busy as they say they are, if they're.
Maybe a couple of you guys may want to do that, and maybe somebody from Neon there.
So once you start accumulating all this, you'll have a database that can actually be turned into the state or like the EMT.
We'd be able to look at it, right? You would be able to, as a judge.
Yeah.
Of course.
It'd be good to have that log.
Yes, sir, it would.
When you think about somebody coming here, like it would take them an hour and a half to get here on the 23rd of November. If we've got the information about it, yes, you're right, but they had, 5 car wrecks,
Right. The supporting doctor.
Doesn't make it any easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a great.
It also would allow, like the, Leon, it allows them to have a little bit of, hey, we're trying right here.
And that may give them some leeway too of getting more staff. I know staff is short for everybody.
Every training we go to, it comes up with all the counties.
Yeah, it's not just.
With all the counties.
Until that reimbursement rate is fixed and they figure out a way to open up the training again.
Right.
I'm afraid that's where we're going.
Are they looking to restructure that training to get it away from the college courses now, or no?
So there actually has to be loopholes out, and we talked to, so there's ways around that now, like, for instance, if Whitesburg ARH as a institution wanted to hold one, you could get away from the colleges.
Right.
But you have to be like an accredited service.
I saw that the high school is going to start offering that to high school students, and maybe when they, and I don't know if it's, I'm not sure what.
Try to be the EMT.
Okay, and then once they get out of high school, finish from, they'll be certified.
We were real close to that. I actually presented that.
And Harry may know something about that.
And COVID it shut it all down. I have not touched back Facebook, but
yeah,
that's there's other guys that I've flown with over the years that, like, one's the director of Freedom County. They do that. They've had a lot of success from it. They really have. And it gets the kids involved. With that committee too, I mean, there's other options out there, right? There's a thing called, community paramedics now. It's just, there's so many things available that we may be able to touch on. I don't know a whole lot about grants. I'm sure somebody knows there's always stuff out there we can get just based off that, but at least we would have the data to find it or the bill.
That's a great idea.
We definitely got a problem in that area. And like you said, we're gonna have to do something about it. It's getting worse.
Maybe we can.
Neon's work to the max.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I was raised there, grew up there. They put me through a decent little 500 school, vet school, did on my own. But I mean, Carter did good to me. He probably kept me in a lot of trouble. I got family all this guy. I coach kids all this guy. And they're just what I hate to see. But I also hate to see the finger pointed in the wrong direction.
What we need to do on our part, Judge, is get a committee.
If a couple of y'all want to serve on that committee, then maybe.
I would love to.
Yeah, I would. I'd like to do that.
Deb and Jack, and then Edwin said he'd be on it, and somebody from Neon.
Yeah, I could talk to Billy too.
Billy would be a good one. Yep.
He's followed us for years.
Leave it a big rate, I'll get it started.
Yeah, he probably understands the electronic side of it. Like I say, it's just a matter, I would think, just pulling the data. I mean, you do it for a spreadsheet out of ours.
We just need a motion to establish that as a board and put you all on it, and that'd be.
I'll make that
I'll say.
So it'll be a 4-person board with Edwin and
All emergency management.
Like they need another board. We'll create another committee. Yeah. You need another committee.
I believe that'd be fine. If Paul and Sister on there join, whatever. Be somebody from Neon and Edwin and Dave and Jack. That's it. Okay.
Somebody from you.
You have a second on that?
I bet you they'll go straight to ICANN services.
Jenny,
Yes.
Jack,
Yes.
Tammy, Deb, Giselle.
Yes.
Or somebody from
We
the
appreciate
Neon
everything you do. Sure.
Days Committee.
Gentlemen, do you have anything to say on that? Do you have anything to say on that?
Not on that matter,
Yes, Jack.
I got a lot to say, but probably.
If I could, while we're on this right quick, I'd like to give a shout out to that young man right there.
Absolutely.
He joined Coastal Fire Department. He's been phenomenal with them. He's got them grants and he's stopped.
There's her husband.
Good deal.
I told you he'd be in the front row. There he is.
It's definitely appreciated and they,
There's her husband. He was in the front row, just in case y'all missed him.
they're doing good things on the.
They are.
It's nothing but help for the county. It's helping us all.
Yeah, I want to give a little bit of update on that whenever.
That's 2 for
Yes,
1.
Jack Quillen's. Come on up, talk to us.
So as y'all know, it's been about 3 or 4 months ago, we came down here and said we were gonna try to get the water rescue team together. Since then, through grants, donations, fundraisers, we purchased pretty much close to $10,000 worth of equipment. That's enough to outfit 4 operators, 5 technicians, just a lot of other equipment, ropes, throw bags, lights. And then JD donated a boat to us, it's a used rescue boat. We're still working on getting that lined out, but we're definitely gonna be using it once we get everything lined up with that. Unfortunately, the USDA told us that they just can't fund our boat request right now, they ran out of funding. So, Crad's gonna look for some alternative funding. The program opens back in October. If y'all be interested in helping us apply for that again, that definitely help us out. We are hosting a training at our department, August 17th. Floyd County Rescue Squad's agreed to come over there and host it. It's an all-day class, so for flood and water rescue, it covers the basics mainly. It's open to anyone from EMS, emergency management. If you want to send some deputies, more welcome to come. Anyone can. If any of y'all want to come, you're more than welcome. We've already got a lot of interest.
Has anybody even heard or seen our emergency management from Letcher County? Paul Miles, my ex-sister-in-law, was married to him for a long time. So I've heard all kinds of stuff about Mr. Paul Miles. But we don't never see him. Like, a lot of people don't even know that we have an emergency management department. But we do. And something else. There's a whole lot of people who have these positions who are absolute alcoholics, like functioning alcoholics, like drink all day long. And there's a couple of them that have really, really high profile positions. Really high profile positions. And one in particular's sibling reached out to me and told me all about what was going on behind the scenes. So we'll leave that for another show.
Organizations from as far away as Laurel County wishing to attend. We're kind of limiting our out-of-county amount of people that attend, just so we can get a bunch of people in from here. But I mean, that just goes to show you there's a lot of interest in it right now, even from not just this county, but all around. We're probably going to be able to, safely get about 50 to 60 people in there. If y'all would like to reach out to the departments in your district to try and get some members to attend, that'd be great, because we're trying to get it all around the county. I do have a question regarding that statewide mutual aid agreement that y'all are agreeing to. So how does that work? Like, would an emergency manager from Wesley County contact Paul and be like, hey, we need this, and then Paul would reach out to the department that has that capabilities and send it? Or would it be like an individual department would contact an individual department and we would go?
It would come through state emergency management.
So it goes from south. All right. Yeah, that's all I got. Any of you got any questions? I'm willing to answer.
We appreciate everything you're doing.
We definitely do. If you have any fundraisers, just put it out there. So
Yeah, we actually raised close to $500 in 2 hours from a roadblock on the 4th of July. So I mean, people are helping us out.
good deal.
Not just corporations, grants, and stuff like that. It's the community. They're helping us out a lot. So,
Good deal.
yeah, and like I said, Chetty, he gave us those there. You probably wouldn't think that expensive, but that boat right there that you gave us, even though it's used, it's probably $4.
There's like, you got a lot of people in this area that would gladly donate money and their time and stuff. Like last year, right before I got laid off, which I had the money. It was actually before. It wasn't right before I got laid off. It was like the fall before that. I wanted to donate the money to the city of Jenkins to build a new stage down okay. And so I wanted to give them the money and let them build a new stage down there. But, I just wasn't treated very nice at all by any of them. And, I kind of just got to thinking, and I was like, why would I give them my money? Like, if they can't even look me in the eye, if they can't talk to me, if they can't at least be nice, like pretend that you care about my existence. But I ended up taking that $20,000 instead, and I bought a photo booth. I regret buying it because now I'm just stuck with this photo booth. But whenever I get my Hillbilly crime office, I'll be able to set it up, and it's really, really awesome. It's like an interactive mirror, and it's just really awesome. It's the highest tech, latest version, best everything. And that's what I ended up spending my money on instead. But there have been several times. That's just the kind of person I am. I would have continued to live in my outbuilding and save my money, but I would have absolutely donated that money to building a new stage. But they don't want it. Like, they don't want my money. They don't want any money from me, because then they might have to look at you or talk to you. So it seems like they only want money from people that they don't care to owe favors to, I guess, because I guess they feel like there's so much corruption woven into the fabric that they think that if they take your money, you're going to expect favors from them. Well, I wouldn't have expected a dang thing, because my brain don't work that way. But I'm not going to give them the money. I'm not going to give them 20 grand. Somebody else can do that. I was going to, but I ain't going to no more.
$5,000 worth of equipment that you just help us to get, so.
We'll thank Chase, he brought it from Montana.
Well, you can tell, we definitely appreciate it, we still gotta get it lined out, but, we got some patch kits in and stuff, but once we get it lined out, it'll be a huge help.
Yeah.
We definitely appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving to old business. They got any old business?
I know we got a speed limit, on the county roads, but I've had 2 calls on Scuttle Hole Gap. I'd like for them to look at that, see what they can do. There's cities couple flying through that road, high speeds, on dangerous kids.
They call it
Don't bother us, business.
It's head on right there.
Scuttle Hole,
Scuttle Hole Gap.
Gap Road.
Yeah, and I'd like to commend the litter warden. He's done a great job this month, last month. He's doing a lot of new sign-ups. I appreciate it.
We'll make that in form of a motion on Scuttle.
A litter warden.
Do a speed survey, I think.
Speed survey on Scuttle Hole Gap. Make a motion.
I didn't know we had a litter mode,
I'll second it.
warden.
I don't see how people can fly up that road, but.
Yeah. I commend you to do it probably.
Call the rowing.
Deb,
Yes.
Teddy,
Yeah.
Jack,
Yes.
Kenny,
Yes.
Judge Adams.
Yes.
I just got one thing.
Okay.
Up at Pheasant Drive. That water comes off of Darling Drive and also off the state road there. And we just fixed it and it's already good again. Is there any way we could maybe take some cold patch and put a berm up at the top of it? Maybe to let the one by and not go down that driveway.
Where it comes out on the state road. Maybe possible we'll direct that water over in that yard.
I believe we just go right on down the road, not come over in that driveway.
The state needs to pull that ditch line up there. I think it's what's causing the water's just getting on the road and
See,
coming.
Darling might dead up with it coming off that hill and there's nothing to break it and it goes straight on across.
So you think that just a berm right there where it comes
I
out?
believe it's a hill.
We check that, see. It's on Pheasant.
Yes.
I lost it where the pink is.
Right above Goose Creek.
Anything else? Did? Okay.
And the lawyers.
Motion to adjourn.
I'm making a.
Second.
Call the roll.
Kenny,
All right, y'all. I can't stand to look at them no longer. I just can't. Makes me sick. Thank you, honey. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bless you. I'm tired. It's 11:30. My dog's got to go potty. All right, guys. Thank you, Jesus, for another day being able to come together in your name, Lord. We just thank you so much for all your blessing. We thank you for your protection. We thank you for your touch, your presence in our lives, Lord. We give it all to you. They sure ain't none of us perfect. I fall short every single day. I beg you to forgive me, Lord. I ask that you just keep changing me, Lord. Keep your light right at my feet. Don't let me fall off that narrow path, Lord. I pray for the lost tonight, Father, that you will touch their souls, that you will touch their hearts and soften them and guide them to you, Jesus. We are all sinners. We'll be sinners till the day we die. We will always be sinners. I'm so thankful. I'm so grateful for the sacrifice that you made, dying for the sins of this world. I pray that you will forgive me for my sins, that you'll keep me held in the cleft of the rock. Protect me, Jesus. I plead your precious blood over every single one of us. We ask for your complete healing, Lord. For all of those that are in need, you know all the need, and we just pray that you will move according to those needs. Until we come again, Lord, we give you all praise, honor, and glory in Jesus' name. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, y'all. Well, Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me run back through our stars. We've got Cherry and Max. Bless you, bless you, bless you. Became a YouTube member. Gregory C. Welcome to the Hillbilly house, baby. All right, y'all. Well, you have a great rest of your evening. We will see you tomorrow. And just take care of yourself. Peace out, Girl Scout, Boy Scout. Bye.